Go ahead and get the meeting started. I'm moving sort of slow this morning, so I apologize. But anyway, we always open our meetings with a word of prayer.
Let's pray. Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for allowing us to gather today. Thank you for all that you do for us. We just ask that you be with us and protect us. Give us wisdom as we get through the county business. Help us to make the best decisions as we can. Be with our citizens. Help keep them safe. All the ones that's going through hard times, our lost loved ones, we pray for comfort for them. Thank you for all that you do. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Andy, you on the first page?
I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Well, you want to check our quorum?
Sure. Welcome, everybody. Go ahead and check it. Please note that Ms. Cookenbook notified the chair with approval she will be late to the meeting, so she's not present at this time, but will be coming and we'll note it. All right, Mr. Booth,
Here.
Mr. Phillips,
Here.
Mr. Cox,
Here.
and Mr. Turman.
Yes. I take approval of the agenda, but we want to amend it to 11B. Excuse me. Request name a new road in the Commerce Center, Figure View Road Northeast, in 19C, Library Parking Lot, and 19F, Tower Meeting.
Those two are under my report, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else have anything?
Only on that there, dumpster site separate, I would like to talk about that in closed session.
What was it again?
Roads.
Closed session.
Allen
On
Ridge
the dumpster.
dumpster sites, Allen Ridge and
That was, for Allen Ridge, that was mentioned. However, upon review and discussion, I don't know if we have justification to go into closed for it because everything has already been publicized in different forums and or spoken to or emailed. So I don't know if it's necessary to go into closed. Maybe you can bring it up or however you'd like to do it. We could put it under new business. I don't know if there's an action item or it can be under board time.
okay,
But I don't know, the justification for closed is not there. And
Okay.
I verified that from the information that I had, unless you have something else with Steve. And I don't believe there's a reason to go into closed.
okay.
Is
What
that-
about the Max Mountain site?
So the Max Mountain site, possibly because it has contractual implications to that. So if the board wants to go in for the convenience center on Max Mountain,
I think on that one,
Uh-huh.
maybe you and Walter can get together and he can share the information that he's got. And then you can talk to them too, and then you can bring it back to the board.
okay, is that
Okay,
good?
that
Yeah,
sounds good.
cause he updated me,
Yeah.
I believe, unless they have more information and we can figure out and reach out and confirm things and
Okay.
So
Get-
does there have to be an agreement drawn up
Yeah.
and
correct,
run by Steve and all
Correct.
that? So
right.
Okay,
So we'll do that and then we'll bring it to
okay,
the board.
sounds good.
Alright, thank you. Chad.
Anything else? If not, I'll take a motion to approve the agenda with the necessary changes.
So moved.
Second.
Alright, on the motion to approve the agenda with the amended discussion of 11D, 19E and 19F, Mr. Booth,
Yes.
Mr. Cox,
Yes.
Mr. Phillips,
Yes,
and Mr. Turman.
Yes. Next, we have the approval of the disbursements. Everybody had a chance to look them over, and you have any questions or comments? If not, I'll take a motion to approve them.
So moved.
I'll second it.
Alright, on the motion to approve the disbursements as presented, Mr. Cox,
Yes.
Mr. Phillips,
Yes.
Mr. Booth,
Yes.
and Mr. Terman.
Yes. Next, we have the approval of the minutes from July the 28th meeting and July the 28th Land Division Ordinance Workshop.
Sir, the land division ordinance workshop unfortunately is not in there.
Oh, okay.
So it would be just approving the minutes for 7/28, my apologies.
I think everyone was here, so if anybody got any questions or not, I'll take a motion to approve them.
So moved.
Second.
On the motion to approve the minutes from 7/28/26 meeting, Mr. Booth,
Yes.
Mr. Cox,
Yes.
Mr. Phillips,
Yes.
and Mr. Terman.
Yes.
Alright,
Chad, we about got back on time now, so you can come on first.
I'm sorry I had a little trouble getting in the building, I went to the back door but I was, using my investigative skills.
There's me, oh, Chad, no.
Thank you for hosting me this morning, I just wanted to take the opportunity to come before the board to see if there are any questions regarding the monthly data that I submit on a monthly basis to the board. I know that I've been doing it for quite some time, and I just wanted to see if there are any lingering or any questions that you might have specific to the data, or if there's something else that you would like to see that you're not receiving.
First, if I may, Ms. Cookenbook asked me to apologize to you that she will not be here during your presentation, and that she has been pleased with everything that you, and to continue on and making sure that monies were okay and you're in good position, but she definitely wanted me to apologize, she wasn't here.
Well, thank you, I appreciate that. Does anyone have any questions?
No questions for me, but I always appreciate the transparency and knowing what's going on, so thank you.
Thank you. Just to kind of give an update, a brief update on some of the things that are going on at the department. As you know, with the HR 1 changes, there's been a lot of training and new policy coming down from the federal government to the state level to the local level relative to the SNAP benefits, and of course what's coming up more later on this year and the first of next year is going to be the changes in the Medicaid program. Of course, I have mentioned in the past that the payment error rate specific to the SNAP program was causing a lot of headaches for the state because of the possible penalty that would be imposed if we were above a certain percent for the administrative cost. However, the state has worked diligently to provide training, and they've been successful at getting that error rate down a significant amount, not to where it really needs to be, but to a point to where the penalty won't be as severe. And of course, that has a lot to do with the support that the VDSS offers to the local department, and also the workers that we have and the dedication that they have to doing a good job. Specific to Air Department here in Floyd, we are looking at an error rate that is below the national or the state average, which is good. And we also have a team in the benefits unit that is very cohesive, and they do a wonderful job. We do have one vacancy right now. That individual left last month. She really wanted to get back to doing what she was doing prior to coming to DSS, but she did mention that one of the reasons was that she never quite felt like she knew what she was doing because the policy changed so much. And the reason the policies changed so much is because the policies of the federal government that trickle down change those things. We don't really have a lot of control over that type of issue. On the other side of the house, we have our services unit. Right now we have 2 vacancies there. We are actually having interviews today. We have some extremely qualified candidates, I'm happy to say. We are looking to fill a vacancy in the CPS unit. And thank you, the board, for approving our budget, which allowed me to add an additional individual or additional position, which we have determined will be in a hybrid position between APS and CPS. I don't know if you've noticed with the numbers that I submit, that the APS program has pretty much exploded over the last few months with the number of referrals coming in for abuse, neglect, exploitation allegations, in addition to the UAI screenings specific to the Medicaid CCC plus waiver, because the population is aging. So we really are in need of that additional support of the unit, and I do thank you for providing us the resources to do that. Is there anything else you would like to know or I can offer?
How's that green box?
Do what now?
So poor Chad and his team,
Oh, the
Bear.
dumpsters?
Yeah. so there's quite the large bear in town, and it should be a song, I guess, but he's managed to get on top of the dumpster that's provided by the vendor pickup, pull the top off, and because he's so big, he just tips the entire thing over. So Chad and his team have been lifting the box so we're working with maintenance to correct it, with heavy plywood and chains hopefully, and or we might be putting a county green box over there temporarily, a bear-proof box, and we'll just pick it up, which is the same thing we did at the courthouse because the bear was just coming through here rummaging. So we put a green box, bear-proof green box in the courthouse parking lot for our two buildings and the town to use for now.
Well,
So
for the short term, we've kind of tricked him by we're hoarding our trash,
Right.
and we're taking it to the dump twice a week. So there's nothing out there for him to get right now.
Right.
But I think he's been a little wreaking havoc on food line as well.
Yeah.
Of course, they have the deli, so I'm sure he's always looking forward to that.
Yeah. It's
But
been a
anyways,
town challenge,
Yeah.
that I've talked to Andrew a couple
Just
times.
stop and having a snack with y'all, then going down to eat.
yeah,
Right.
we're hoping that since we're not putting things there, that he may decide just to forget us altogether.
He will check back periodically.
Yeah.
Once they find it, they know where it is.
Yeah.
But I do appreciate the time this morning. I know you're busy, and if there's something else, I will.
I'll just say thank you for what you do and everybody, and I agree with Mr. Cox. You're transparent on everything, so keep up the good work.
Well, thank you. If there's ever anything that you want to know or additional information you need, just let me know.
And everybody, thank you also, thank you.
Take care.
Dr. Crum?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Are you ready for tomorrow?
We are ready for tomorrow. We've been working really hard the past few weeks, especially getting the final touches on everything. But we're very excited for tomorrow. Last night was great, getting families in for open house, and really just feels like it's going to be an exciting year. And because our regular meeting should have been last night, we moved it to last Thursday for open house. So we were able to recognize quite a few outdoor track athletes and boys tennis athletes in our special recognition because they had outstanding season. We do joke that we're just going to put track on the agenda every season between cross country, indoor, and outdoor. We always have state finalists, so we are going to just make that a staple. We highlighted our Teach Fest. You may remember I've shared kind of every fall about our summer PD day that we do at the high school, and it's grown every year. And it started out as what we called Tech Fest, and it was right before Floyd Fest started. And then we changed it to Teach Fest because really we were covering more than just educational technology. So this was our first year under the new name. We had over 110 teachers attend, which included over I think like 7 from out of the county. So we had teachers from other divisions attend as well. Over 32 sessions that teachers could pick from, and this is all voluntary, so they optionally came to a summer professional development. It was a great day. Really got everybody pumped up about the year. We finally, because of the lengthy budget process, we had to do a little amendment on our end with the additional funds that came from the state and the local match requirements. So we're very grateful for that. We were able to add a class size reduction teacher at Willis Elementary. We have a very large second grade there now, so we added another teacher to that and a teacher at Floyd Elementary to help with class size. So that has been well received, and we also had to put money into our health insurance. I know that was part of our initial goal, but our plan year runs October to September, and so we didn't even get our final numbers until late July, and they increased 38%. So there goes. A lot of work that we did, but we were able to put some of that additional money in there and not pass as much of that along to employees, which we felt good about. But we're starting to explore ways to change the plan year to make it a little more informative in the budget, because we're just very fortunate that this year the season had been kind of extended. Otherwise, we'd have had an adopted budget, in April, and you all would have adopted it in June, and we'd have been done. So it worked out. Everything worked out. But we're looking at some things. It's taking longer, and I'm sure you all realize this on your side too, or seeing it. The healthcare industry right now, things aren't coming back as quick as they used to. So we were always pretty tight on that timeline, but now with just a lot of things being laser focused, it's taken even longer. So we're looking at how to remedy that. We also officially adopted the bylaws to the new River Valley Governor School for Arts and Humanities. So we have 2 students going there starting this week, and we're very excited about that partnership with Bradford University. Overnight field trip requests for cross country to go to a meet. Then we just highlighted it's been a great opening week. We had 2 days of new teacher training. We have like 23 new teachers, which is a really good number. Great group of folks that we've brought in to be a part of our team. Really excited about what they're bringing to our team and how they're going to help our students. And then I gave the board a pretty detailed update on our career connected learning cohort that we've been doing with Transcend, which we really appreciate the time that some folks from your office are putting into being a part of that. We're starting phase 2, so we will work this fall and then through next June for phase 3 to really expand our tests. We're looking at career planning, a senior capstone project, and continuing our mentorship work where our older students are mentoring younger students. So we're really excited about that work and digging in. We have a meeting in 2 weeks with the full team to get right back on track. A few school board policy revisions for information, but they are more just to match legislative language. And yeah, it's a relatively short meeting. I'm sure we'll get busier after tomorrow, but just really looking forward to welcoming everybody. It's lonely. We're there for students, so when they're not there, it's really a little lost about what we do. But maintenance and custodian teams have worked so hard getting the buildings ready. Our new clinic, I'll be sharing a date. We have a ribbon cutting that's getting scheduled for our new health clinic in a few weeks. I visited and was the first patient last week. It's amazing what they've turned the space into, but the benefit that's going to be to our schools, it's in our community. It's going to be great. Very, very excited about that. So yeah, we're just waiting in anticipation for everybody tomorrow. Any questions you guys have, or?
Yes, first of all, thank you and the school board and all the staff for what you do. And I know you've had it's been compact in your preparation for the new year. I did have one citizen contact me and they even mentioned they know how busy you've been. Now that you've kind of got stuff in place, could maintenance please patch the potholes in the roadway at the high school?
We can. That's going to be about $70,000.
No,
so
just patching the potholes.
That's going to be about $70,000. They won't patch them; they're too big. They're going to have to take that whole strip out and repave it.
Can they go into the deeper spots and just put the patch in so it's not so deep?
So we had
VDOT does it all the time.
Yeah.
Sorry, David.
yeah, and that was kind of our, like, we could pay 70,000, but like the whole thing, we're gonna just be putting $70,000 on
No,
something that the
no,
whole
I'm not
thing
talking
needs to be
I'm
replaced.
just talking about in the worst spots.
Yeah.
That are the deepest, you know, you can buy the bags of patch at
They went
Lowe's.
through several this year already.
If they could just put that in the deepest spot, not doing the whole thing,
Yeah.
just some of the deepest holes.
Yeah.
That way it's not quite as bad. I know the whole thing needs it.
We're looking at gravel, cause they've tried those patches at least twice this past year and they come out because they're too big.
Well, gravel, depending on how you do it, and David can chime in on, you can talk to him about that too. A lot of the roads that even VDOT, they go in and put gravel in, 2 rains, it's gone.
Yeah.
So, but anyway, they just wanted me to
Oh,
bring
yeah,
that up,
it's-
and I brought that up.
We drive it every day. We are
So,
extremely
I
aware of
figure
that.
you're fully aware of it. You
Extremely
probably
aware
hear
of
from
that.
some bus drivers occasionally too,
Yeah.
so.
It's, we kind of, we learn, you know, where to, so you miss the big one and only hit the small one. But that's no way to be, but again, it's just,
I
we feel like it's
understand.
kind of wasteful to spend 70,000 on that part and then pave over top of all that when the whole thing hopefully gets done. We're hopeful that can get done in the next 12 months or so, get on the schedule at least, because it's not just that section either, the cracks. Check Elementary is actually dirt in the back, so it's, a lot of money needs to be spent on asphalt.
Right.
But yes, we are well aware of that and are trying to find the best fix in the meantime while we're waiting to repave the parking lot.
Right.
Anyone else?
No, I don't have anything. Thank you for all you do.
Hope everything goes good tomorrow.
Yeah,
Be
me too.
great.
Yeah.
One of the things I just wanted to let you know, we had I'll explain more later, but as far as the schools, the confirmation, the PO has been put in, that the schools will be a part of our radio system. They will have a dedicated channel, and we worked it all out yesterday. So I will keep you
That's
posted, but I
Awesome.
just wanna let please, let Paul know,
I
and,
will.
Dustin, and, it's real important, and Danny, to make sure that we made that commitment, and
That's awesome.
we're able to work that through to get that for you for the safety of the
Thank you.
kids and the drivers, so we're excited about that.
I'm super excited. That's amazing. Thank you so much. Paul will be ecstatic.
So we'll keep him posted, and when we have to pull him in or whatever,
Okay.
Danny or Dustin will be in contact with him,
Okay.
and we'll make that happen.
Got it. That's awesome.
As you go out, I want to step out, pass something on to you. I'll get David started here and I'll let Jerry watch everything.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you guys.
Just showed that I took over.
Mhm.
Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you this morning? I had to pick at you a little bit, I'm sorry.
Oh, no, it's fine, I don't, and I understand where she's coming from. Sometimes you hate to do some work where you know you're just gonna end up tearing it out and start it over again, but. And gravel, yeah, even on the shoulders where people aren't supposed to be driving, gravel doesn't last very long. Anyways, first month of the fiscal year, actually, so we spent the last part of the fiscal year doing a lot of overlays and patching. We're still doing a little bit of patching, but now we're focusing most on the brush, because that's what's brush and trees and mowing and things like that. So we did have no trim out on Sam Reed Road and Dusty Rock, as well as mowing a lot of the secondaries. I won't get into all of them, but they're all gonna have to get mowed at some point. Also brush cutting on Woods Gap, some brush cleanup work on Route 8 and 615 Christiansburg Pike. Did I say Woods Gap? We did some brush cutting on Woods Gap. And then just hitting as many gravel roads as we can get. Did some pothole patching on Max Mountain, Torrey Creek, and Buffalo Mountain. A little bit of hand patching on County Line Road, McNeil Hill, Laurel Creek, and Franklin Pike. Some pipe replacement on Deer Run, Smarts View, and Franklin Pike. And then again, some more pipe repair. Finished up the one on Higgs. Also did some pipe repair and cleaning on Hollingsworth and on Hall Hill. Look for a lot more of that coming up as we're trying to keep our budget in line here in the early part of the year. So a lot more mowing, brush cutting, then patching as we can. You know, the storms that hit, sort of, I guess, Carroll County, pretty hard, didn't get us in Allisonian and Pulaski County, not that bad, as far as roads being closed. We have had lots of trees down and things like that. So some of the storms, it gets a little kinder to us more recently. It wasn't time to Higgs and Sumter Road, but months ago. But we have escaped some of those that have hit Patrick. That's it.
Walter, you wanna crank us up?
Yeah, I can, I reckon. David, first of all, thank you for all that y'all have done back in the valley, we appreciate it. I reckon I'm gonna start with Firehouse. Last 3/10 of a mile, what is involved in getting that on the out of cycle agenda?
It needs to be the project that's there has to end where it ends. We've got another section of it to go. It's just a matter of the board, passing a resolution that puts it on the priority list, because they do ask us to send the resolutions in, just so that before we give it a number, a charge number, we call it UPC number, just like UPCs everywhere, but before it can get in our system to spend construction money on, they like to see the resolution.
Okay,
Now, where that goes on the board's priority list is up to the board. It doesn't necessarily have to be, they don't need to see it as number one. They need to just see it in the list, and we did that with this first part of the Firehouse. When the board put it back on the list, it was down, in the middle of the plan, but we had already done so much work and had money sitting there that we went ahead and advertised it and did it because it was ready to roll, because of all the work we had done previously on it. It was not a brand new project. We're taking it off the plan for a while, put it back on the plan. When it was put back, it wasn't put in at number one, but because all that work had already been done, we were ready to roll. So we did it while we were still doing that. It didn't take place of the work, the preliminary work that had to be done on some of the roads that were number one and number two. That stuff still had to be done. We were still getting right of way, still figuring out drainage, looking at our disturbance areas. So all that preliminary engineering can be going on the first ones if you're ready to go with construction money. Because it's one of the things that Floyd County doesn't have to worry about so much is money. Because Floyd County gets about $1.5 million a year for unpaved roads. We're just basically not constrained by money, we're constrained by time, how long it takes to get all the permits, all the design, and all that kind of thing. So for the next 3/10 of a mile to happen, and the same thing happened with Hope. We did Far Hope had to stop because of certain regulations pertaining to disturbance area. We had reached our limit on that. This is about at the limit on Firehouse for the burn project. But we had always intended to go all the way to the end of Hope, so we put that on and finished it up. Firehouse is kind of a similar thing. When we first put it on, it went all the way to Easy Drive, but we had to stop it for the same various reasons.
well, with I think the board, back when they done it there, they voted to do that road from right next to Keyford, pavement stopped before it started to gravel all the way to Easy Drive.
Correct.
So technically that is still on the agenda for VDOT to take it all the way, is that correct?
Well, no, because it was put back on. It was put back on as just Firehouse. We didn't put a link on it. But then, because we had already started the project, the board took it off the plan. So it's not, if you look at the last resolution you passed, it doesn't include Firehouse. So we would need a resolution that does include Firehouse for it to do the next part. Because it will have a completely different UPC number, it'll be a completely different project. Now, we may not do it with contract, we may do it with VDOT forces like we're doing Hope. That's to be determined. But because we took it off we would have to put it back on. But that can be done at any time, you don't have to wait till the 6-year plan, the board can amend the resolution at any time.
Okay. All right,
But
moving on.
even then, it's not like we would just continue from right now, it's gonna be another construction season.
Can you send us a copy of I'm not getting in,
Go
but
ahead.
copy of the resolution you need?
Oh, yeah, yes, I can,
Can you get that to her?
yeah, I can, what I will do, I went ahead and printed it.
You already got it?
Well, no, I got the resolutions from the last, several, so, actually, I don't have the one we just did, 26th one. But what I'll do, this is what your resolutions look like, it's just a list of roads. What I'll do is, it'll be the same kind of thing, and I'll just say, under the now therefore be it resolved, I'll put, amended, resolution to include, Firehouse Road. The remaining section of Firehouse Road. Yeah, I don't have the one that we just, I thought on my phone, cause you emailed it to me.
David,
Firehouse is not on.
quick question, just while we're on this topic for Firehouse. Can you explain to me what happened to stop the project? Like, if folks thought it was going all the way to easy, what took place to make it actually not go all the way? I know you said some disturbances or something, but what happened there?
Well, it was right of way for one thing, not just right of way, that property has since changed hands, but not only right of way, but we need a drainage easement across that property. So it's not just needing 5 feet, which that's all generally all we need, you just need to move the ditches out another 5 feet on each side to get enough width on some of these narrow roads. But the drainage has to be taken to a stream of some kind, so we have to have an easement. So that water can't just leave and just go onto someone's private property and then have them come back and say, hey, you're putting your water on my property. But no, putting it through an easement. And it also allows us to maintain that easement. So if it gets clogged up off our right of way, it's still in a drainage easement that we can go and make sure that the water continues to go where it's intended to go when the road is built. So we need to get an easement, the right of way, and we were, to finish it up, would have put us over the acre disturbance area. The disturbance area is that you can only disturb an acre, up to an acre plant. You can do more, but you have to put in a stormwater management basin. And nobody wants a stormwater management basin on the property, so that tends to stop projects when you get over that. Plus, that adds to the cost.
During the same project?
It's in the same project.
So if the project stopped and then it started back again later, that's a new disturbance?
Yes,
So it wouldn't?
yeah.
Okay.
And we'll look at a different drainage
It's in there.
area
The
because we have that
resolution in
water being diverted.
Was that pursued but then just shut down by a
Yes,
landowner?
we could get right.
Okay.
And that happens a lot, we have it on Ponderosa, we had Ponderosa going for a while, stopped.
This meeting, and it's sitting right there.
And then on
Yeah.
Reedsville.
Okay. Well, that just
Reedsville started,
clarifies it a little bit.
we were gonna go, past the, I'm gonna go with Reedsville, but,
Well, I think there was some thoughts out
Shows
that,
Reedsville.
just the state basically just ran out of money and
yeah, no,
wasn't
that's
gonna
one
do that.
thing,
But
yeah.
I wanted to just make sure we got a clear answer.
No, it was,
from you.
it would have had to have been, even if, let's just say we all in agreement on doing this whole way, we've had to split in 2 projects at a time.
Gotcha.
Just like we did on Hope. And it, I think actually Reedsville is back on the plan. We can do another section of Reedsville, but we had to stop where we did because of right of way issues. Not because of any other issues. We just could not do it. Reedsville there was a section that got narrow, there was a curve, we needed to cut down quite a slope on one side and they didn't want that because it was right in their yard. Landscaping and stuff like that. There are various reasons.
Okay. That
You
That-
end up
that
running
clears it
into
up for me.
issues. Yeah,
thank you.
Yeah, and also, you touched on some, but depending on the size of the project, then some of those retention ponds may even breaking it up may be required. It just depends on the size of the project.
yes, and where and how the
So-
drainage.
How the drainage goes, so Levi, you could have a small project, but the volume of water in that area, you could still have to have the right of way for a retention pond before it goes to the creek.
Yeah. That's just for disturbance, but then they'll also look at total amount of drainage area.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
So, yeah, it would have had to been split in 2 anyway. We're doing one right now in Montgomery County, Taylor Holland Road. We had and that was only about a 3/4 mile job, and we've had to split it in 2.
Gotcha.
to get it in my head, excuse me, Walter, to get it in my head, just south of, Easy Drive, there was a steep embankment and there's a stream that comes down through. Is that the one that's causing the hang up?
Yeah, right, yeah, all the way through there. That right side as you're going north. It's gonna be-
Okay, same person owns that across the road as he does on both
Right.
sides there now, so, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And we're already, kind of working on that. We don't have anything signed yet, but we've been working and talking with property owners in anticipation of
Okay.
getting everything straight.
Now, he has agreed to sign.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, moving on.
That was the easy one.
Yeah. Grading. I'm just gonna give you a list.
Okay.
Merrifield. Now, they come out and graded on Merrifield here a week or so ago, and they graded down in the S curves past Reed Hill out there, back to the paved part of 221, back in that area. And there's only one mobile home back there. There's no other houses back through there. The section that's bad is on the Duncan's Chapel end, where the houses are. Okay, that's the section we need graded. Okay, Berry Creek. I know back there a couple months ago, I mentioned Berry Creek, I think it was the same time that Sumter got washed out. They went back out in there and they touched up Berry Creek, the worst spots. But they have not been back out there since. And it is a disaster back there. They actually told me that the mailman has had to reroute his mailing to drop-offs to come back around to the other side because it was so bad in some spots. They said Carroll County has got down there and took care of all theirs, but Floyd hadn't got theirs. Max Mountain, down on the gravel end, that's where I told you here, I think, do you remember that, Levi, about the guy that wrapped the sticks up and with duct tape and put it in the pothole down there? Well, I don't know whether the sticks are still in the pothole, but the road never did get graded. So that section down in there at the 1700 block, I think, of Max Mountain, back down towards the county line down there needs to be done. Hilton Road, they told me the other day, was a disaster. I haven't been down through it, but when they get upset about Hilton, I mean, they get upset. And at 2361 Max Mountain Road, there's no shoulder there. Evidently it's washed out.
26, what was that?
2361.
26.
And Fernie Creek needs to be graded. Rocky Hill, did I mention that one? It's needs to be graded up the hill. Once you get to the top of the hill and drop over the other side, it's not as bad. Sawmill Hill, they haven't really complained about the road out there, but the brush they have. The brush hanging out in the road. Hilton Road, the brush. Rocky Hill, the brush. Potholes. North Hill, I mentioned that a couple months ago, last month. They painted circles around all the places up through there so the motorcycles can see them and don't hit them.
North Hill?
North Hill, out there on in Valley P.O. Road. Rocky Road on the gravel side, right up the middle where they'd been patched, as all that patching's come out up through there, it's really rough. Allen Ridge Road, really from one end to the other, I mean, just potholes, different places out through there. And we still got that one bad pothole out there between the firehouse and the school. That's pretty good size. Somebody's painted a white circle around. I think I mentioned it last month. And that shoulder out there that I told you about there a couple months ago, and I mentioned it last month, across from Max Mountain Road there at, in front of the rescue squad.
Right.
Where them trucks come around there with trailers and they dig the edge of the shoulder out. And it's right in that lady's driveway. She asked me again about that, and I told her I'd mentioned it to y'all a couple times. Got a message the other day, and I hate to don't want to get into your stuff there, Joe.
That's okay.
Indigo.
I take all the help I can get.
Uh,
I'll take all the help I can get.
I went out through there to check it out because it did border my district. And when the lady I don't know whether everybody got that message from the lady, but, I know I did, and I know Joe did.
I think I
You sent that,
forwarded,
so it's sent that.
yeah, I forwarded it to David.
Oh, okay. Okay, then you already know about Indigo. While I was out through there, I went out to Goldfinch, is that the name of the road, Goldfinch? And also Graham Road, and they're washed out real bad out there, they need to be graded. I talked to David, Brian Perkins there the other day. I called him about the culverts out there in the valley. We got so many culverts out there that's stopped up that actually needs to be cleaned out. And I think it would help y'all and help me from having to bring all this up here every week. If we would get them culverts cleaned out, then the roads wouldn't wash out as bad. And of course, trimming the brush off the side of the roads, that's about all the roads in the Floyd County needs that. So, it's a major thing, and school buses getting ready to start back on too.
We'll be doing that a lot here.
And I actually took my truck up Rocky Hill there the other day, my farm truck. I got over on the edge to go out through there and just wanted to see if the brush would touch my mirror. And I had to pull back out and was actually hitting over on top of my cab and all. So that's how bad some places are. Okay, two more things and then we'll be done. I talked to you the last 2 or 3 months about surface treating on Horse Ridge and Max Mountain. And I was trying to see if it was on the 2027 schedule, but I never got no clarification. So I reckon just a direct question, yes or no. Is Horse Ridge and Max Mountain on the schedule for 2027 to be surface treated?
I'll have to look at the schedule. I don't know.
That's what you told me last month. Brian Walker, I've got it here if you want to hear it. In May of 28th of last year, back when I was running for this position, left me a voicemail, and he told me that he talked to his boss, and his boss and him, they agreed to put it on the 2027 schedule. That's why I'm asking, because they told me that it was gonna be on the 2027 schedule. And I'll let you listen to it if you want.
Well, if they told you what it should be, but I'd have to go pull the contract.
Right. So that's what I'm asking.
Yep, I'll text you something.
Will you text me something on it?
Yep.
Okay. And thank you for everything you have done in the valley, we appreciate it. I'm gonna turn it back over to Joe there.
Just a couple things from Locust Grove District, but, one, Wilson Cemetery Road. It's constantly being, potholes filled back up, but it lasts a few months and then new ones appear, but what is y'all's internal process for overlaying a road? Like, I was on Cannon Factory recently, and I noticed they redone all of that, but like, how do y'all decide what gets,
Superintendent of the area,
Okay,
they travel with every, the superintendent and supervisors, that would be Larry Weeks.
that's your
That
guys.
area, and Jason Connor.
Okay,
And they're riding them. So they come up with a list, we send it to us, but then we generally have to cut that list in half based on the money we have.
right. Well, maybe at some point Wilson Cemetery would have that opportunity and Connor Road as well, but I know we got tons of roads around the county that need that,
Yeah.
but it just seems like it's at least constant pothole patching on Wilson Cemetery, so maybe if we could check on that. And then, Goose Creek, if y'all can give it a little special attention just from the last recent heavy rains.
Yeah, I've heard that.
Yeah, so I'd appreciate that. And then that's really the only maintenance request that I've heard, as of recent. My last comment would just be, it still perplexes me, like, I was up in Carroll County yesterday, and all the heavy rain they've got up towards Laurel Fork, and I don't think the road had been touched, because I did run across one or two small potholes. But Burke's Ford Road, where Burke's Ford Creek goes along. I rode that entire roadway. It doesn't get a lot of traffic, and And I know they got a ton of rain because the creek had been up into the hay fields. But man, that road was perfect. I mean, I just don't understand in Floyd County, all these roads I ride in Carroll and different places, these gravel roads, they just seem like they're crammed and the water runs right off, but it just doesn't seem like that's the case necessarily in Floyd, and I just don't understand why.
I wouldn't understand why unless there's other factors. When we work our gravel roads,
Right,
we've got guys that know how to run motor graders.
right. It just, interesting to me. But anyway, that's all I
Maybe
got.
they have a kinder winters in that part of Carroll than we have up here.
But I do appreciate you, thank you.
I guess a lot of it depends on the type of soil you got to work with and with compaction and stuff. It changes from one end of our county to the other one. really.
Right.
So, go ahead, Jerry.
Thank you for what you've done. I'll start with, I've got one in Linda's district,
Yeah, I got one for her too.
Kennedy School Road.
Mhm.
I don't remember sometime last year, I guess it's up past, I think it's Whitlock Road, there's a curve up there, and there's a culvert in it, and developed a hole. The holes come back, somebody went out and patched it, but the holes come back, it's starting to come back. It's not quite as big as it was, but it is starting back
I think
there.
that pipe is scheduled for replacement.
The other one, Music Road, I know that's our joint one, but, it need to have them look at it. Some of it needs machining, some of it doesn't. But that, up on the, Beaver Creek end, 705 end, in one of those curves, remember I told you about a hole?
Mhm.
The hole's there and it's getting a little bit bigger. And somebody went out there and put an extra stake in it, there's no cone on it, but they did put one on the hole on Beaver Creek, but, it's not gonna be long, that's gonna eat out the road if we keep getting hard rains like we have, so if they could go back and check that. Let's see. Route 8. On Route 8, like you're going toward Christiansburg, that hill above where you put the, storage place for the winter treatments.
Mhm.
On the right-hand side, that ditch is washed out. I talked to Chris yesterday, and I just wanna let you know, had a tractor trailer actually get over into it somehow, like never got out. And at the top of the hill there, you've got the paved driveway, well, between it and the other driveway there, it's washing out and washing into that paved driveway. Don't know if this culvert stopped up or what. Also, and I can't remember, I don't know if I talked to you or I talked to Chris. On Route 8, as you're going toward the parkway, after you cross over Dog Creek, go past that farm, there's a set of curves up there that's got guardrail in it.
Mhm.
There's a crack developed in the lane coming toward Floyd. And it's a rather long one, and the road, that part of the road is actually settled a little bit there. So I know it makes it look like y'all went in there and did one of your patches, but we know that's all fresh pavement out there. So something's given down, and I don't know, I never heard back from Chris about what they found or what they thought, but it's kinda similar to that one out there on Kennedy or on, well, back on, that you had out there.
Right.
On, Black Ridge.
Yeah.
But this one's not as bad as that, but I wanted to put it on you, make sure it's on your radar to look at and figure out before it does, because, you know, we, it's not the greatest, but we do get very much tractor and trailer traffic and kettle trucks and other stuff, dump trucks and other stuff, so it's only gonna get worse. I know you've started mowing and all, thank the guys for all they can do in between the rain showers.
Yeah.
I've seen them out there. Luckily, they got cabs on it. They keep going, but sometimes they have to pull off and wait.
Yeah.
But just thank them for what they do. That's all.
I mentioned this to Linda a couple weeks ago, and because I kept forgetting to tell you, came up Franklin Pike a couple weeks ago, just past Sam Reed Road. If you're coming up from the crossroads down there on the right, them curves, those arrow signs for the curves, it bushes had growed out there. You just barely can see them when you come up through there. And we get a lot of people coming from Ferrum College up through there,
Yeah,
going
that's why
back and
those
forth
are
to
there, yeah,
Tech. So if it's foggy, you can't see them curves. I'm preaching to the choir because you know how all these back roads are. But it seemed like this last couple of weeks, all the big storms has been coming up the Parkway, along the edge of the Parkway. I haven't been out around Green Mountain, but I'm sure them roads out there probably got it. My road, I brought up the last meeting, it was dry and all the grass growed up the side ditches. And now the water don't have no place to go but the roads. So, ditches need, whenever they get a chance to work them. My road, I put my driveway back 3 times in the last week and a half. And even my daughter's driveway washed and it never washes. So, we had a lot of rain. We had 3 inches there in about a day. And it's different where the water has been going back and forth. When you go up through there, you don't bounce, you rock back and forth, going in and out of them little ditches. So, if they can get around to grading them roads, machine them down a little bit. And then like Mr. Phillips brought up, at Indigo Mountain Road, I mean, it's been a while since I've been through there, but it's narrow and then wide and narrow. It goes back and forth. But some of them yards is getting filled full of gravel.
Yeah, I saw that picture.
With, I guess the crayons are on it off, and probably the ditches and stuff. But at least that bridge y'all fixed above me, it helped. I mean, the water was up over it the other day, but it,
They've lost several bridges in Carroll
Yeah.
County. I was talking to the guy that runs one of the crews up there.
but, it didn't, like I say, the brush cutting. I've never seen vegetation come out in the road like it has this year. And,
It's possible, we'll be doing a lot of that here in the next couple of weeks.
yeah, I met a guy over on Shady Grove the other day. He's got a big camper. He was going down for cutting them, where he went to scratch his camper up and through there. But, just the brushes and grading the roads, I know y'all covered up.
We'll keep plugging away.
That way they talk, I think we under Flood watched Thursday morning.
I did see a flash flood thing, yeah.
So I'm not even gonna take my scraper blade off them.
Yeah.
So, I think Jerry's got one.
I forgot to ask, have you and Chris had a chance to confer on Fox Street?
No, we haven't looked at that. We will.
Okay.
We'll try to get to that.
When you can.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's definitely
I got one thing.
all righty. Thank you.
One more thing there. I mentioned the other day about the trucks entering the highway up there at Lumber Lane,
Yeah.
putting the signs up on both ends. Right after, a few days after that, there was actually an accident there. Am I correct on that, Jerry? Wasn't long after, where the tractor and trailer involved, the big
I'm
truck.
not sure, the one that was telling me, I'm not sure if it was a box truck or actually a tractor and trailer, but
It was, yeah, so anyway, it was right there, I think it was on this side, or right?
Yeah.
Yeah, on the Floyd side of lumber, when it come out on Lumber Lane there. Just to emphasize that, the need of that,
Yeah, we're
them
gonna get
signs.
those signs. Ordered and that, yeah.
Huh?
We're working on ordering and getting those signs ordered.
Gotcha.
have
Thank
you
you.
heard any more about the 35-mile-an-hour speed signs halfway?
Yeah, no, they're not gonna approve.
Huh?
They won't approve an intermediate sign or something.
As long as the distance, is that
Close to
it?
the ends, that's all they do.
It's gonna be a tricky one to work with.
Alright, thank y'all.
Thank you, David.
Thank you, Dave. Mr. Henry?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I know I've met some of you, and I know last year I met Mr. Booth at the ballpark last year. Some of you I have not met. I am the head coach of Buffalo Mountain Martial Arts, which is a program that is run through the Parks and Recreation Department. Want to just give you guys some information about our program, like what we do. We're a mixed martial arts gym that services the area. Our program, we have a sponsorship program that helps underprivileged youth. We also work with DSS and NRVCS with troubled youth. We're trying to build a fight team and a training center here in the area. These are two of my current students here. This is Santino Lupacino and Sebastian Lupacino. Both of these gentlemen are going to the WKA Worlds in October. Santino just competed at the Nationals in Richmond, Virginia about a month ago. And he brought his medals to present to you guys today as a show of respect and also appreciation for the program here in the county. Also, as you guys know, like our program is rapidly growing, both with youth, adult, and we also now have a full-on women's MMA program with roughly about 10 students currently. Our program is mostly for locals, but we also cater to regional and international fighters. We currently have fighters that travel all the way from Giles County, Roanoke County. We also currently we just picked up a girl from Luxembourg last night. We have 3 Danish, 1 Norwegian, and 1 Canadian fighter that also trains with us. Also, I don't know if you guys know, but Mr. Lowry here is a former world champion, 3-time world champion. I was also Danny's coach. So this is kind of like the passing of the guard. We were talking about it earlier. And to the date that these young gentlemen here will be going to the WKA Worlds will actually be 28 years, almost to the date that Danny won his first world championship in New Delhi, India. So this year, the boys will be competing in Dover, Delaware at the Valley Casino there, representing not only our community and our state, but also our country.
Thank you, young man. Congratulations.
I just want to say, I think you've done a wonderful job, y'all have, and I've not heard an ill word about your program, y'all's program at all. It's just been compliments, and you're doing a great job with these people and the youngsters and all the whole group. And I just want to thank y'all for what you're doing.
Yes, sir. It's a very unique program. There's no other county in the country that has a program like this, like in the Parks and Rec. Floyd County is the only one. I'm also happy to announce that we helped the Trailhead youth graduate high school last year as well. She graduated from Floyd County High School last year. So, it's not just about fighting and competing. We're also here to help our community grow. And,
Well, if anyone knows anything about martial arts, it's not about the fighting.
That's what I was getting ready to say.
That's not number one.
Yes, sir.
It's the character, and yes, defending yourself is a big part of it, but the main part of it, anyone that's ever been associated, is the character that's built.
Yes, sir.
Or that's my take on it. I dabbled a little bit years ago, but that was the main thing was you're building the character, you're helping create better citizens. It's a package deal. It's not just about going and fighting or contact.
Yes, sir.
So,
Exactly. Yeah, and these gentlemen have a very good future ahead of them, not only as competitors, but also as instructors. When I move on, these gentlemen will probably be of the age that they will be able to continue on and help the community here in Floyd County as well.
Me and there's Chico was talking about the other day. A lot of people, when they hear it, they think about fighting, and I butchered your name. I just call you Kim.
There you go.
Anyway, it builds discipline. You know, it's not all about the fight.
Yes,
You
sir.
know, it gives you a different mindset on stuff. I was like Jerry, me and my son dabbled into it a bit, and I think I know a little lady out there that used to do it some. Her Cincy or whatever you call them, bagged us to keep her in it because she was so good at it, but you know, she's dainty, she didn't want to do that. But anyway, she was really good at it, and it teaches you more than just fighting. You know?
Yes, sir.
And proud of these young guys.
Yeah.
You know, they got a lot of future ahead of them.
Yes, sir. And we have many more of them as well. We had two others that went to the Nationals in Richmond about a month ago.
Right.
One of them is currently he will be a sophomore starting tomorrow for Floyd County High School. He's also a wrestler. He missed states last year by one match. We're expecting him to make states this year. We're also working currently with Shane Monk, the former wrestling coach for Floyd County High School. Director AG and I have also talked about starting a wrestling program here in the area, maybe for a recreational program. And Shane and I have talked about it just briefly. And you know, not many people know this, but I used to train with Uriah Faber, and so we are trying to get. If you guys are not familiar with Uriah Faber, he was a UFC fighter. They call him the California Kid. He is the head coach of Team Alpha Male in Sacramento, California. And so we are trying to get, that's one of our next projects, is to get a youth wrestling program, rec league going, hopefully inside of Floyd, that can travel to the other counties as well. And we would love to have Mr. Faber out here to do like a seminar or something for our youth to help our wrestling program.
Many years ago, they did have a youth wrestling program in the authority, but it went out the wayside. So I'm glad to see somebody picking that area up.
Yes, sir. We do combat, all combat sports, boxing, wrestling, jiu-jitsu, Muay Thai, all of it, sir. Yes, sir. Also, another thing that Director AG and I have talked about is I know that there is a lot of senior programs, interest in senior programs, and my contribution to that part of the senior program is some of my staff will be going to Rock Steady Boxing next year to be certified. If you're unfamiliar with Rock Steady Boxing, what it does is it helps seniors who have Parkinson's disease, and we would be one of the only gyms in the area that would have a program like that, and that is definitely on our schedule for 2027.
Yeah, I've got a friend who's got Parkinson's,
Yes, sir.
and I checked in with him there recently, and I asked him, I said, how's things going? And he's been through all kinds of stuff, had treatments and surgeries and so forth. And he said the very best therapy that he has been able to find so far is boxing.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
No contact boxing, yes, sir.
So he there, he said that's been the best thing to help him right now.
I have a friend out of,
He's a Floyd resident, so that would be very beneficial.
yes, sir, and then we would have the only Rocksteady boxing program, I think, from here to probably Rocky Mountain.
Yeah.
I have a friend in Lake Norman, he runs Lake Norman Muay Thai, his name is Jacob Smith. He has about 30 seniors in his program currently, and his program's been going on for about 3 years now. That's how I have become involved with it. And then we also have my coach, Jaroon Sak, was, I don't know if you guys know this or not, but he was actually in Floyd about 6 weeks ago. About 6 weeks ago. He come in from Thailand and he did a seminar. Both of the boys were a part of it, and we also had some of our adult members that was also a part of that. So the program is rapidly growing, and we look to help the community in any way that we possibly can in the future.
How old are you fellas?
I'm 12. I'm 14.
Okay.
So,
Brother?
Yes.
Brothers, okay.
I think Dad's in the back.
Congratulations.
And Dad's in the back.
Dad's in the back.
Thank you.
Y'all are gonna be very, very nice gentlemen, so
Yes.
you got a good path forward coming up.
I think either one of them could take Danny, don't you?
That's a problem.
We got a few minutes, let's see.
He might be a little rusty.
I don't know about that.
If you're around people that's good at martial arts and stuff, they are more laid back and got more of a confidence about themselves.
Yes,
Yeah, and that's where it builds the character and the discipline. And it's good. It's not always about fighting. It's good to know in today's world, but it's more than just that.
They've got a calmness to
Yeah,
them.
they do.
That's what,
They don't have to prove anything to anybody.
Yes, sir.
self-confidence.
Yes.
How do you boys feel?
Good. Good.
Good, good. We can't tell you how proud we are of both of you and James, the program that, you initiated here, and it continues to expand with support, from Jacob. Can't thank you enough.
Yes, ma'am.
So, and I can't wait for you to coach. Maybe you can coach Danny's son or something like that and say, come full circle or something.
My grandson.
No grandson, yeah, there you go.
So both boys are looking at going to the Philippines next year as well, and possibly competing in the Philippines. And then also they talked to my coach Jaroon Sak. He runs if you're not familiar with Jaroon, both of his daughters, Anna Supergirl Jaroon Sak and Nat Wonder Girl Jaroon Sak is part. So they're both professional fighters for 1FC. And he invited both the boys to come over and train with them while they're in the area next year as well.
It's beautiful.
So yeah,
When's the event in Delaware?
October the week of the 24th of October, sir.
We know that you'll represent well.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. We're currently looking for sponsorships for them, so we have I've been working on that as well. So that's moving along, and we have also some adults that are looking at going to the Worlds next year as well. And we do tournaments all over the area, so we're actually leaving next weekend. We have a team of about 10 that are going to Myrtle Beach, South Carolina to represent the gym and the area at the North American Grappling Association. So we have there's about 10 of them going there. In September, there's another group of about 10 going to Bristol, Tennessee for a kickboxing event. And then in October, the boys will be competing. We also have a young man that graduated from Floyd County High School that's currently an MMA fighter that's possibly fighting on Titans of the Cage in Withville under Robbie Ring and his parents' promotion down there. I don't know if you guys are familiar with Robbie Ring or not, but he just fought on PFL last Saturday night in Charlotte, North Carolina. And we've had some other people that have competed on that event as well. And then we have one of our 40-year-olds. His name is Nick Canavari. He will be representing our area at the Abu Dhabi Combat Club trials in December for next year's. He tried to make this year's team, but he had a minor shoulder injury from weightlifting and pulled him from the competition. But he is going to try to actually do the trials for next year's, and that's the highest level of no-gi grappling in the world. So,
Given Danny's background, have you given any consideration to live streaming these young men back here to Floyd?
We have, talking about that out there just the other day,
yeah.
Okay,
Yes.
you know, that way the others in the group and other people can watch them.
Yes, sir. And there, a lot of times WKA, that will be the association that they're fighting in October. A lot of times they do live stream events as well. So the nationals in Richmond, I believe, was live stream. Some of the guys here that didn't go, they actually watched some of the
Got
guys.
to see
compete
it,
and everything.
okay.
Yes, sir.
Of course, you've got copyrights and all that stuff, and if they're live streaming, they might not
Yeah.
let you live stream, I know that, but I just think it'd be great especially with the level of competition they're at, that the others can see and some of the citizens, if they wanna watch, might be able to work something out with citizens' telephone or.
Sure. Another thing that we're working on right now is we're trying to get going is an after-school program. So we're working on that. What we're trying to do is that the kids would come in after school. One of my students is currently an assistant teacher up there. Her name is Sybil Chrisman. She's also a fighter, local here from Floyd, graduating from Floyd County High School. She's going to be helping me with the program. So the kids would come in, they would do their training, and then they would also, she would be there so that she would be able to help them with their homework, things like that. And then when the parents come from work, they would just be able to pick the kids up and then family time, dinner, that type of thing as well. So that's something that we have also in the works right now.
That's great.
We know hobby carpenter, I guess you'd say, that could probably make us a real nice shadow box. You know, we
I knew those.
can, he made what you're standing at.
Yes, sir.
So-
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
But,
not mention their name.
We already, yeah, I might have mentioned that too,
Okay.
yeah,
We might have already been voluntold.
yeah.
I should have known I have to get up before breakfast to get ahead of you.
I was also voluntold that there was supposed to be a picture taken today, like of these
That's
three
correct.
gentlemen and stuff as well, so, yeah.
So if the board would, maybe get together, we can bring those in front, up front, we'd like to take a picture and can hold your medals.
That'd be
And,
great.
Yeah,
just to be able to do that.
that'd be great.
As long as you don't go throwing me around.
Danny, get in there.
Well, I think we're gonna stay on this side.
Yeah,
They're all
yeah,
right.
you can
Sorry,
stay on this
that
side,
long.
just stand up, and then we'll manage it from there.
I got one of them. I'll share
Join
one.
in.
Okay, that'd be
Jump in
great.
here.
Thank you.
I just signed the check.
Can you make everybody?
I can't see Linda. Linda, would you mind?
we got some problems.
Could you go, maybe, cause you're, sorry, you're a little short, and you're a little tall.
Now I can't see Leila.
Okay.
Table
I think anybody standing in back of them should probably like scoot over, cause.
He's too tall.
Yeah. Sorry, I don't mean to direct, but also.
Squat, why don't, squat down a little. There you go, that's all.
Nice.
Much better.
Nice. Great.
And can we get one picture of maybe you handing it over to them, the medal, so that we get like an official picture of that? Sorry, thank you.
You're smart. It's almost like you've done this
Shake
before.
your hand as you give it to me.
Can we get, you all get over there too, so we can get, wait, you want to keep shaking, my friend,
I've been trying to get in charge.
Yeah, there you go,
Shaking
keep
hands.
shaking it. Alright, awesome. Thank you so much, sorry.
You didn't get that smile, that smile.
Congratulations.
Right there, one more handshake. There you go.
Good job.
Congratulations, thank you. James, thank you. Keep doing what you're doing.
Thank you guys, thanks for the continued support, and we look forward to continue helping our community.
Thank you, Mr. Henry.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Great day.
Thank all of you.
That's so cool.
Danny, is the shadow box ready?
I think it just got moved up on the.
On the list.
It's super great.
Thank you. So next on the agenda is Alex, is it Tuckman?
Tuckman, yeah.
Tuckman, okay. And he's going to talk about Bee City.
Bee City.
Bee City.
How should I advance? Oh, there we go. Thank you. Alright, everybody. Well, thanks for the opportunity to talk to you today. I'm Alex Tuckman. I'm the director at Spikenard Farm Honeybee Sanctuary here in Floyd. And I'm excited to present to you this Bee City USA initiative. For those who haven't heard about this before, it's an initiative of a nonprofit organization called the Xerxes Society that's been around since the 1970s, 1971. The slide didn't come through completely well, but preserving pollinators and wildlife and vertebrates has been their mission since then. And then this partnership is happening with Spikenard Farm Honeybee Sanctuary here in Floyd, and our mission has been in service of the honeybees. And it turns out that when you plant a lot of flowers for honeybees, everybody shows up at the table. And here in Virginia, we've got a huge diversity of native pollinators who are endemic to this area, and they're showing up more and more at the honeybee sanctuary. And we've started documenting the native pollinators as well, and seeing this balance between the honeybees and the native pollinators that we're really encouraged by. And we've joined together now with a number of folks across the country who are also developing sanctuaries that are modeled after ours at Spikenard Farm. And we're developing a community committee here that is interested in seeing if Floyd might be able to qualify to become a Bee City USA. And this initiative is something that can be really exciting for the support of, I mean, when you see the diversity of native pollinators, some you never even seen before, some that are very shy, you go up to a flower and the bee just flies right away. But the honeybees especially are ones that have come close as the world's first domesticated animal. Honeybees and humans have a long partnership, and especially here in Virginia, where the European honeybee first landed in the 1600s, there's a long tradition of the pollinator health and well-being, and calling this area of Virginia the land of milk and honey. And so supporting them and then supporting the ones that have been here for thousands of years is something that Spikenard has been really concerned with since we arrived. And we're actually able to teach the Xerxes Society something. The folks who started Bee City USA usually have a pretty negative approach to the honeybees, and that's because some of these beekeeping practices are really focused on honey production, and they overstock the land with honeybees in a way that is to the detriment of the native pollinators. So their general the way that they talk about honeybees is usually in a pretty negative sense, saying honeybees are bad for the native pollinators. So Spikenard Farm in Floyd has become actually a model of a place where the honeybees are thriving alongside the native pollinators, and we've done some really good documentation and research. We've got good data now for the last 20 years about the increase of the native pollinators along with a healthy population of honeybees. So when we've been observing the flowers, we've seen a few endangered species here in Floyd at Spikenard Farm, the first ones that have been identified in all of Virginia. For example, the rusty-patched bumblebee and the sculptured resin bee have arrived at Spikenard Farm, and having creatures like that show up here is really special. I think the way that this landscape is up here on the plateau, and the mixture of pasture and forest and the sort of the habitat that's sort of naturally here in the Blue Ridge Mountains is something that's really supportive for all of the pollinators, including the honeybees. And what we've done at the sanctuary is really see how can we further that, how can we plant more of the favorite foods for the native pollinators and for the honeybees, that everybody has enough. So a lot of our work is actually transforming the landscape, which in turn is a beautification project and supports people coming in a healthy relationship with nature. So we have education programs and things going on all the time, teaching people about the importance of the pollinators and the peril that they're in and what we can do to support them. So the United States has over 3,000 species of native bees, just bees alone. We're not talking about all the pollinators, but just bees. Virginia has about between 600 and 800 different species of bees. And then this particular area, Floyd County, has between 80 and 100 different species of bees that are native here. And then in one single garden, you're likely to find between maybe 20 and 40 different species of bees. And then of course there's butterflies, moths, beetles, all kinds of pollinators. The ruby-throated hummingbird has its home here. So the pollinators are really important. Of course, I think we all know this for many different reasons, but for the reproduction of plants, there's so many plants that rely on these pollinators in order to make seeds and perpetuate themselves. Food is really important. The pollinators around here are serving the apple orchards and peaches and all the great fruit that's grown in the county, the vegetable farms and things like that. And of course they have a great ecological role. They provide, if the insects are healthy, then up and down the food chain you have health spreading through the birds and the critters that eat the birds and down into the soil. And anyway, a healthy balanced ecology is dependent on a healthy pollinator population. So there's also some really clear research out there and a lot of media around the problem, the challenges that pollinators are facing today, and why the pollinators are having such large declines, especially in the United States. So, the bumblebee species are getting hit pretty hard. A lot of the native pollinators that people don't even know the names of are on the endangered species list now. These are creatures that we're all trying to understand who they are and what can we plant to support them, and to have some of those species coming to Floyd County, making their home here, reproducing here is a really exciting prospect that's already kind of put us on the map as being a safe place for the pollinators, what we call a sanctuary. The drivers of these declines, habitat loss and degradation, pesticide use, diseases and pathogens, and then climate change or weather instability, those kinds of things make it challenging to be a pollinator. But there's already some great solutions like we've been talking about. This is our gardens at Spikenard Farm. There's a lot of things that we can do positively, increasing the availability of flowers, providing nesting habitat for the pollinators, providing alternatives to harmful pesticides, and also learning how to read a pesticide label and when is the proper time to apply pesticides in order to mitigate some of the more detrimental effects they can have on pollinators. And then educating and spreading awareness. So these are kind of the basic goals of Bee City USA and of a community who's going to adopt Bee City USA, is to develop things in this direction. Current cities and campuses. So Bee City is also paired with Bee Campus, so there's a lot of universities kind of making agreements, community agreements about how we want to carry the pollinator work forward and how to support it. So each community kind of comes to their own set of agreements, their own set of what can we what can we do together, what are people interested in this community, what education might be needed to support the farmers, to support individual owners, to support people that are trying to support the pollinators in their gardens. And so cities around the world and counties around the country are developing these lists of commitments that basically becomes like a little community hub of advocacy for the life and well-being of the pollinators. And the first thing that Bee City USA asks you to do is to form a local committee. So they want to see county staff or representatives part of that committee, local nonprofits, engaged citizens, and local experts. So to bring kind of a diverse group of folks to the table to see how can we do this from these different perspectives. What is needed to meet our particular goals for this particular county. So we already have a number of partners that we're working with and thinking about. Sustain Floyd, Partnership for Floyd, Floyd Flower Power. There's lots of groups here in Floyd already that are doing this work. So we also see this as a great opportunity to build collaboration and a more of a round table where we can all sit and work towards our common goals together. This is something that becomes a community project of beautification, where roadways, where areas in the town that are maybe a little bit more visible, where people on their own private land can have access to different resources for what should we plant and how should we plant, and what are some of the most important times of year to have things in bloom that we can supplement the health of the pollinators with. And then there's lots of resources for how to mitigate issues with toxins and pesticides and poisons. So just increasing awareness about that is definitely the first step, the most important first step in that direction, and sort of making agreements as a community towards where could we go with this, and where are some of the low-hanging fruit where we might be able to make a really big impact with just a small, little bit of awareness, where citizens start to understand a little bit about their impacts. And what they can do to help. We've, over the course of our time here, we've developed a recommended list of native plants. On the left-hand side, that's something that we share about all the time, that we work with also folks at Sustain Floyd, like Katie Morikawa, who's developed this wonderful publication about the native plants and also the native pollinators that are here in Floyd County, and what you can do, where you can plant, or what plants would support those creatures. So we're kind of already set up. We've been talking to Laura Rost, who is the national coordinator for Bee City USA. She says because of Spikenard, because of the other nonprofits in this community already doing this work, that this is kind of a for them, they see this community has already developed really strong grounding for something like this to land, and what this would do is really raise a greater community awareness around the needs of the pollinators, how we can help, and the people that are already doing good work, and how you can get involved. We're already hosting lots of events at Spikenard Farm to help raise awareness about the pollinators and these issues. We're also envisioning to do this a little bit more, just to offer more public engagement in this process, and Bee City USA is a great way to kind of give us a platform to host different events and things like that. It comes with a little sign, so it could be somewhere, entering the county or entering the city that brings an awareness to visitors or awareness to citizens who don't know about the project, that this is there's a committed group of human beings here in this community who are working towards the health of the pollinators. You have to do a yearly report to Bee City USA. There's a fee based on the population of people. The fees are not excessive, and that's the Bee City USA committee. We're proposing that Spikenard would be the chair of that committee, and likely also be the ones fundraising or finding a way to cover those fees and keep the work going forward, keep the momentum building, which is pretty aligned with our work and path anyway. And yeah, then once we're kind of joined into this larger network, we have access to all sorts of different national resources and join together in this bigger movement towards saving the bees and supporting their health and well-being. So the steps before us are to form this committee, and that's I don't have many big asks for you. There's not. It's basically for this board. It's the question like, is this something that you can see supporting? And would there be any representative that you can imagine would be a good fit for being part of this committee and kind of being a supportive from the local government perspective, a supportive seat that could help guide us and find ways to make the changes that we will then agree on together. So there's nothing that will happen we're not going to put the cart before the horse here, but we can take our time with this, and there's no rush on this. We do have the Learning from the Bees conference that we're hosting here. It's an international beekeeping conference that Spikenard Farm was actually asked to host. The first 3 conferences have happened in Europe. This is the first time it's happening in the United States. It's going to be held at the Eco Village and at Spikenard Farm on September 25th to 27th. The National Coordinator for Bee City USA will be giving a talk and a breakout session about Bee City USA, and then she's also willing to meet with our committee and give us pointers on what's worked for other communities and things like that. So within about a month or so, I think it'd be nice to make a little bit of movement on this if possible. Start just joining together and meeting and seeing what we might want to do. Or what we can do together. So, thank you. And are there any questions or anything that you want to ask me while we're?
That is one thing that I noticed, and I mentioned it, I think the jury, I don't know about the rest of them, but this year mowing hay and stuff, I don't see very many bumblebees.
Yeah.
I don't see them on the flowers, and I don't get in the nest of them, when I'm in the hayfield. And
Right.
it sort of bothers me, and I dabble in honeybees some, and, I have a hard time at it. They don't like me or something, they leave. But,
Oh no.
this spring, I checked them in first April. Both hives was full, and I thought, it's gonna be a good year. Go up there 2 weeks later, and there's not a bee one in the hives. And they're just gone.
Yeah.
And, I've had that happen quite a few times.
It's a common story.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
And so I ordered me 2 more packages to start again. So I've got a fortune in honeybees. Don't have
They
any.
better not put you on the committee.
I didn't run them all out yet. But, I think it's something that we should support. I really do, because I agree with you. I think it's not discrediting them. I mean, people make a living, but a lot of our Christmas tree farms, I believe, hurt a lot of pollinators because they have to use a lot of insecticides and stuff. And
Well, some of them do.
some of them do.
Not all.
And not all. And I used to spray the thistles on my farm, and so I quit doing that because that's where they get a lot of their food from.
Yeah.
And it also killed my broadleaf clovers and stuff.
They don't wanna do
And
that.
so I just quit doing that and just bush hog them when they get too thick. So yeah. But,
Well, I
I
would,
think Linda had.
Yeah, I had noticed on your state map that there was a bee city close by. What,
Blacksburg,
As-
they
so
have,
that's-
Virginia Tech is a Bee Campus USA,
okay,
so they've got a chapter.
gotcha,
And,
okay, because I noticed it was in our region.
Yeah,
Okay, great.
yeah,
well, and as you mentioned, one thing I like about this too is identifying and helping with the natural, planting new stuff's great but if we can keep the natural, that's part of the natural order, so to speak, excuse my terminology, but it is. And nature taking care of itself, and I think it's something we should be involved in.
And educate people on the honeybees, because basically I'm afraid of bees. But after I got to know them and worked with them and all, I go around mine, lots of times don't even have a shirt on. As long as you don't have any perfume, aftershave, anything like that on you, or any petroleum products, they won't bother you too bad. My son, when he weed eats, he puts on so much sunscreen, they about eat him up. But, I told him leave it off and they won't bother you.
Most, we're still a predominant farming community.
Right.
And I think, there'll be some, but the vast majority of the farmers realize that the pollinators are vastly important to whatever crop they're raising. Food source or for animals, or food source for humans, or whatever. Apples, fruits, the whole thing is connected, like you said. So
Pollinators die, the human race dies. Because they gotta have. Brian Craig would be a good one to put on that.
yeah, I was saying, I don't know what made me think of him. I know where he's at.
He can tell you, I'm not a beekeeper, I'm just I just destroy them as it comes.
I know, he's been real successful with bees, so, yeah, it's wonderful.
No, it sounds like a good program.
Yeah.
I don't have any issues with it.
I've told more than one person, and my kids has heard me say it. Anybody that works with honeybees and really watches them and don't believe in a higher power, there's something going on. Because they got their own little society.
I just wanna say, I am lucky enough to have, Spikenard Bee Sanctuary in the Little River District. And, I've been, extremely proud, and I know that this international conference is a big deal. And to have it come to the United States and come to Floyd is, speaks volumes for the work you've been doing out on the farm for all these years. And the symbiotic relationship that, just across the river that Riverstone must, have with your honeybees is just so important to the ecosystem that we have in the Little River District in particular. So I just wanna, go on record as saying kudos to all the work that you've been doing for all these years, and excellent news about the conference. That's very, very impressive. And
We need to talk to David Clark
yes, I
before the
know.
conference.
Yeah, we'll make sure to get your road in better shape for the conference. Thank you.
Then one hole came back in that curve.
So we'll explain to him that there are going to be, so that's a good question. What are you anticipating the attendance to be at this conference?
So the main conference center is the Floyd Eco Village.
Right,
And then
but when they come out,
we'll be running, so to Spikenard from there, it's gonna be groups of like 60 at a time,
and how many total registrations are there?
250.
Okay, thank you. And groups of how many? 60?
60.
Okay. All right,
And if I may, it's your district, I think it's your district.
it's my district, yeah.
Thank Eco Village for their involvement in this too.
I didn't let that go. Absolutely, that's partnership at work, that's what we do here in Floyd.
Wonderful.
And I don't know if John is, I haven't seen him for a long time, John Webb, who is on Connor Grove Road. He's the one that actually got me in messing with honeybees, but he did a study on his genealogy at one time. And he found where one of his ancestors came from Germany, and they settled up foot of the buffalo. And they brought 2 hives of the German bees with them.
Wow.
And I thought, you know, if you need something on the history or something, he'd be good to talk to.
That's really interesting, yeah. Thank you.
German bees tend to be a little bit ill, but, you know, they know as good as the Italian bees, you know, so, you know.
Well, thank you all so much.
Yeah,
you.
I'm sure, I guess we'll be in touch and
Yeah,
try to,
what's the best way to go forward?
yeah, that's kinda what I was gonna ask.
So from what I understand, you kind of just need that
Committee,
consensus of they agree or, you know, are supportive
Yeah.
of this, and that
Exactly.
would be all that you need, and it would be documented in minutes if you had anything. Is that accurate?
That's accurate, and then it would be wonderful to have some representative who's interested to be part of the committee.
All right, so if it's okay with you, you know, I guess they'll discuss it,
Yeah.
think about, and then I'm sure I'll be in touch.
Great.
All right,
Thank you.
so I don't know if you'd like to, I know that Joe, you mentioned it, Linda, but make sure that we as a group, or, you know, as a board group, voice your opinion of being supportive or not.
I think we all have.
I'm supportive. I mean, can we make a
I
motion?
think we all are. pretty
Yeah.
much.
Can we make a motion for a representative now?
No.
I'd like
As long
to,
as it's not me.
I would serve,
Yeah, because I don't have time, Linda would be okay.
Yeah.
yeah, since it's.
Is that a motion?
I'd make a motion for Supervisor Cookenbook to serve as
I'll second
on the
that.
committee for B City USA.
On the motion to go ahead and appoint Ms. Cook and Book on the committee for the Bee City, Mr. Cox,
Yes.
Mr. Phillips,
Yes.
Mr. Booth,
Yes.
Ms. Cook and Book,
Yes,
and Mr. Turman.
Yes.
All right, there you go.
Thank you, everybody.
All right.
No,
Thank you.
there might be a citizen in our audience here that might wanna.
Yeah,
Sure,
good.
too.
Yeah, it's open for those who, as many people that wanna
Make a
partner up.
motion to authorize staff to pursue.
yes,
I'll make that motion
I'll second.
to go ahead and pursue, support, and whatever we need to do
Okay.
as membership and
Okay,
I'll second that.
all right.
get rid take care of it all at once.
that's efficient.
it's
All
very important that we do it. It really is.
On the motion to go ahead and give staff support, support to pursue what's necessary to move forward with Bee City and membership, Mr. Booth,
Yes.
Ms. Cook and Book,
Yes,
Mr. Cox,
Yes.
Mr. Phillips,
Yes.
and Mr. Turman.
Yes,
Okay, thank you. There you go.
If you need anything else, just let us know.
Will do. Thank you all so
Thank
much.
you.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Alex.
Appreciate
Thank
the
you.
time.
yeah, thanks, Alex.
Thank you for what you do. I got a
Yeah.
little inside track.
Yeah.
Yeah, you do. Just a little.
But I know where it started and I know where it's at, and it's a
Yeah.
world of difference.
Yeah.
And that's primarily because of you,
Thank you.
your dedication.
Thanks,
Mhm.
Jerry. Appreciate it, everybody.
Alright.
Yeah, thank you for the time.
You're welcome.
Yeah, and the support.
All right. So
she
next,
got some introductions.
next on the agenda, if the new building inspector and the new animal control officers would come up to the podium, I'd like to introduce. Mark was unable to be here, but Jeremy wasn't on the last one, but I just wanted to make sure before we get further and further, it's Mr. Jeremy Carr. He's taken on building inspector, completely certified in a lot of different lanes. The other thing he's pursuing and already initiating, which was contingent upon hire, but he's already fast forward, is the sediment and erosion certification. And recently, we just had a conversation about, what's it, master
Master Code Professional,
code professional.
it's something I've been pursuing for a while.
Yeah, so it comes with a wealth of experience. And I will have to brag, and I think you guys know, when when the changeover of animal control came on, Jeremy was one of the first among maybe volunteering but voluntold on the assistant's part, but first to volunteer and assisted in ways that I don't wanna talk about. But was right there and helped through that weekend, you know, with care of the animals and cleaning of the kennels and, you know, just evaluation. So thank you again, Jeremy, and just a great part of the team all around.
So he got a good dose starting out and he's still here, so that's good.
Dose is an understatement.
From what I understand, you wouldn't say it, but they got into down and dirty, nasty part of it.
Yeah,
And
and
didn't shy away from it. They
not
got in
once,
there and
not
worked.
once
Yeah.
did it was all solution based to get it, you know,
Yeah.
corrected out. Just, I don't wanna use the terminology like just bit in because that's not a good lane to bite in, but was instrumental in you know, stopping and getting right to the solution. And his son volunteered as well and he's gonna be high school, be an A student someday, so I think we have a future volunteer. At animal control, from what I understand. He might have been voluntold as well, but just good kids, both his sons, so again, welcome to the team,
And
a little bit,
you're a Floyd boy.
Yep,
that's right.
Yeah.
Yep.
Actually, all of them, Floyd County,
Okay.
nice.
All of them,
Everybody graduated from Floyd County, huh?
that's right. So, thank you, now go get your inspections done and take care of your kids.
Yeah.
Go to work.
Thank you, Jeremy.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jim.
Thank you.
Next, this is our new animal control officers. They all need to continue to get their certifications, but are eager, they're asking online stuff and how do I learn and I want more. And again, the first week, we were open to go out we closed it to the public to come in, but they were open, you know, to taking all calls, which I think was probably not communicated very well, but they ran calls and they'll let you know what they did on their first week and momentarily. Again, each one of them bring to the table just a wealth in their lanes that together it's gonna be already is, but will be a dynamic team. And the first week, didn't matter what it was, they jumped right in, from painting to cleaning to pressure washing to organizing, and so we got a lot done in a short period of time, as well as, you know, getting out there to the community. Facebook has been the website has been updated with the hours. Danny worked with the phone system and we communicated with the sheriff department and dispatch to make sure they know, so we're all on, we'll continue to do that. Met with Brian again and, you know, appreciate his full support during this transition and continued, so we look forward to it. I'm gonna let them introduce themselves and then they're gonna give a little update on what transpired this last week.
I'm Marissa Patel. I just moved here 2 months ago from St. Augustine, Florida. I have been looking to move to Floyd County for about 3 years. I have a 4-year-old daughter. She's starting Head Start at Floyd Elementary tomorrow. But very excited to contribute to the community. My path with all of this is just education and compassion. I have a background in veterinary medicine as well as obedience training with animals.
Tell the board what you're doing with your own dog presently.
I have a Belgian Malinois that I rescued at 1 year old. He went through 3 homes. I drove to Kentucky to get him, and I'm training him to do cadaver work, so to find missing, deceased people to
Right.
help bring closure to families and close cases and things like that. We're just in level 1 right now, but in 2 years we'll be finished and ready for the job.
But he's got a lot of energy.
He has a lot of energy. He's a good dog for the job.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
I'm Caleb Blevins. I live in Willis, and I've got a lot of experience in the past doing armed security. We had animals on the property where I worked. We had to take care of those. I volunteer at horse stables in Blacksburg to take care of them. I'm excited to get this program up and going. I have a lot of love and compassion for animals, and we'll make sure all the ones in Floyd County are well taken care of, and we have good communication with the owners and build a better relationship with everybody here.
I'm Brandon Decker. I live in Miss Cook-and-Books District, actually in Pilot. I have a background in animal control. I was an officer in Chesterfield County for 5 years. My wife is actually a Montgomery County officer, so I'm able to bounce a lot of questions or ideas or just get general assistance from their department from her. own a small little homestead, been dealing with animals pretty much my entire life, been kind of a passion of mine, and I'm very happy to be part of the team here in Floyd. I think that we all work really well together, and we got a good plan going forward to help the county grow, especially this department.
And just so you know, uniforms are coming in tomorrow. It's no fault of theirs. Are you presenting what?
Yeah, I have the stats from the past week. So in our first week, we obviously began to meet the dogs that are in our care and begin the care for them. We cleaned and organized, prioritized their space in the shelter, in the office, and the kennels itself. This included organizing and prioritizing any files that we had. We deep cleaned all of the kennels, the kennel room, the laundry room, the dish room, and the extra storage spaces. We made plans for future improvements to the property, including plans to improve the running area for the shelter dogs outside. We located over 43 adoption contracts that did not have a spay or neuter certificate. We are currently conducting follow-ups, attempting to reach out to the adoptees to be able to close those files on our end. We had 10 of those completed, 16 are pending, and there are 17 dogs waiting for spay neuter due to age restrictions. We began responding to calls, as Ms. Cheeto said earlier this week. We responded to 2 animal welfare checks, 2 animal exposure reports, and 1 stray dog call. We've also begun to reach out to surrounding animal control agencies to review their standard operating procedures so we can develop our own. We've begun creating logs, cleaning lists, and checklists for the office and shelter. We've adjusted the dog's yard and kennel cleaning routines. We established a bathing standard for the animals that are in our care. We've contacted local veterinarians and organizations regarding care for the dogs and to establish general relations with them. We work with county maintenance and IT to make necessary improvements and updates to the office and shelter spaces. It's including updating our file cabinets, computers, contact information, pressure washing the facility, installing a security camera system. We had our official first staff meeting this past Friday. We established an on-call calendar and rotation. We began deworming the dogs, and so far we've received 52 incoming calls and made 57 outgoing calls. And that was just in the first week, so those numbers will be probably a lot higher the next time we.
Oh, yeah. I'd like to say, and I really commend these people. You know, the comment was made, it got back to me that certain people said, well, county took over the dog pound, the first thing it did is closed it. We don't throw people to the wolves. You know. They were busy all week along with staff, orientating themselves to them, cleaning the place up, getting it where that they could run it. It came out better at the end of that week than when they started. So when people make their comments, they should get all the facts before they throw it out there. And I really appreciate the hard work that y'all did.
Thank you.
Yeah,
I tell you, if you do that work and still stay, you will be here for a while.
That includes Jeremy.
Yeah, that was,
Right before they came.
And welcome aboard.
Yeah, welcome aboard.
yeah, I just,
Appreciate y'all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd like to make a comment. I just, kind of say what you said, you showed up today, you showed up Monday, so that was a good sign. But, yeah, your dedication, to making a new start. And I think that's, Chairman Turman and I were here when we, agreed to turn over, the, pound over to our sheriff's office. And that went for a number of years, but I am just gratified that you 3 have come in, literally rolled up your sleeves and got to work. The situation that we inherited was not perfect, to say the least. And with your dedication, staff's dedication, everybody pitched in and got our pound to looking like it needs to. And I know moving forward, you will continue with that care and guidance of, our staff here in administration. And I really appreciate going out and making connections already. I mean, you could have let that on hold, but you took the time to do that. And that communication between the people that we're gonna have to rely on is so important, and I, just salute you all for really getting down and getting it done. So thank you and welcome aboard
And
to
dirty.
Floyd County. Yeah,
Thank you very much.
you're welcome. I think I made that clear.
Yeah,
That was really a joke.
I'd just like to
I know,
say,
I got it.
again, thank you for coming on board with the county, right? I've been here for several years and we don't always agree on every single topic that we're discussing or what have you, but I do think one thing that we've always had in common that I've always noticed is for our employees, we wanna do the very best that we can to take care of our employees, right, within the county, so, you've got our full support and, appreciate everything that you guys do.
Thank you.
And you gotta have people that want the job,
That's right.
yeah, and people that really loves animals too.
Mhm.
So,
And really, when it comes right down to it, it's these animals that can't speak for themselves, that need that kind of compassion and care. And thank you for being that committed to their care.
yes.
Yep, that's good, yeah. Thank you for everything that y'all are doing and appreciate all your hard work that's gonna come up too. So, there's gonna be a lot of it, so thank you.
Thank you.
I will tell you, like, again, for the sheriff, Michael Clemens had a couple, meetings with Brian and, so the foundation and the handoff was there enough for them to, again, take it with the opportunity of having, the staff and the flexibility of schedules to make it happen. I'm excited. They're empowered, and it's really gonna be a good working relationship for the county, safety. So congratulations, welcome, and
Thank
look
you.
forward.
Thank you.
Now go clean a kennel.
Be careful.
Get to work, get to work, get to work.
Thank you,
Break's
guys.
over, so.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If I may.
Yeah.
Well, I wanna thank the sheriff and the sheriff's department for what they did through the years at the animal control too.
Yeah.
I know it wasn't always easy and I know, well, I know it wasn't. But I just wanted to express our thanks for what
And
y'all.
we're looking, we're looking at working with them and helping them in the best way we can. And hopefully we can get a good relationship with those men and women there and make it work real well for them, so.
Thank you.
From my past experiences, a lot of times they go hand in hand,
Oh,
right?
Yeah,
They do.
that's right.
Animal control and law enforcement.
Yep.
And we discussed, going through, and Brian, was real supportive and, offered through the safety portion of, the deputy, sheriff's department, so we're looking to run parallel, so they are comfortable as well,
And
because
a
if
lot
they're
of-
running,
A lot of it is animal control, sheriff and Commonwealth attorney. And they have to work as a cohesive team.
Right.
Look forward to that happening.
that's it.
Side note, when I was working, there used to be a guy around town that had with a Jack Russell cross with him. And we'd have to put him in our hotel every now and then. But we'd have to get the dog warden to come out and feed
Right.
his dog, so we
Right.
could.
You can go to that hotel.
Yeah, they work together,
Yeah.
and you gotta have cooperation.
Because the dog had to go to the hotel.
Right.
It goes to the different hotel,
Yeah.
But I look forward to it. Up until just yesterday, Brian and I, meeting briefly, impromptu, and it was a great conversation built around support and, moving forward, so it's good stuff. Speaking of constitutional officer.
I appreciate the work y'all did, working the whole weekend.
Yeah,
Yeah.
So,
yeah, it shouldn't go unnoticed that Kim and Jenny did a lot of work.
Thank you.
Morning, everybody.
Morning.
Just wanna start off with what we normally got there. We got currently the staffing at the sheriff's office, got one in the academy. One getting ready to leave us to go to Montgomery County, so that'll be two just here in a short period of time. One starting September 1st and still looking for more there. Montgomery County's doing some things that just almost impossible to compete with. So it's gonna be interesting for us until they get fully staffed. So hopefully they can steal people from other departments there before they steal all ours. But everybody knows Floyd County employees are great people and they love them. Christiansburg welcome.
Yeah.
So,
They went through as failed, didn't they?
yeah, about half the employees are from Floyd, over there to Christiansburg. Looking forward with animal control, looking forward to working with them. It's gonna be a good transition. Like me and Miss Cheeto had talked about, there's some transition things there, and there's also some support that we'll continue to do.
Good.
We wanna make sure things are safe for them and things go well. Just some additional things there. Talk about dispatch real quick. Dispatch had, just in the 31 days of July, they took in 2,151 calls in that 31 days. First quarter, for the first quarter, just our patrol folks drove over 53,000 miles. In this second quarter, which is April, May, June, they drove over 56,000 miles just for the quarter, which leads me to, just kind of checking on where we're at with the vehicles, if we managed to come up with anything, where we're at on the budget with them.
I have a meeting next week, I believe, with next week or the following. I'll verify that with you, with
Okay.
Mike Pratt, who's Eva, who's gonna assist with navigating. I have pursuit vehicle still on a
That's such
Post-it.
an easy website.
Oh, yeah. So I will keep you posted,
All right, sounds good.
alright?
Impound lot, I know we have some vehicles down at the landfill, county administrators wanting them moved. Unfortunately, we don't have any place to move them, this is a secured lot, so we reached back out to Mark Bolt. Mark Bolt came by, so we're back in discussions on trying to fence in an area, that way it can kind of clean up down there. We ended up seizing another vehicle this past, I guess 2 weeks ago. It, anyways, has to be secured, so, just the little things like that that make it difficult for us to just pull the vehicles and park them in there. Touch on Floyd Fest real quick, from our standpoint, law enforcement standpoint, I think Floyd Fest went really, really well. I hate to see it always raining, but the good thing is for the farmers, the crops, the bees, everything. We know Floyd Fest is gonna bring some rain, so hopefully for them it went well. None of our folks had voiced any complaints to me. I think I was out there every day except for Sunday. We made 2 minor arrests, which is, I think you have a large festival like that, that's not bad. That's not bad at all. But anyways, talking to the public out there, the public was really glad to see us back out there again. We were glad to be back out there, so glad we were able to work something out with Floyd Fest to get back out there. All in all, thought it was a great festival. It's just a beautiful place. If nobody's been down that property, I suggest they figure out a way to get permission to go down there, especially after the grass grows back.
Right.
Because it is a just gorgeous piece of property down there. But other than that, sheriff's office wise, that's where we're at. Let's see, Judge Mabe, I guess, is on his 3rd or 4th week now. We've had Monday and Tuesday courts. Actually, we had a Friday court, so the Floyd County's growing, and we're going to 4 days a week to court, and some weeks we're going to 5 days a week. So, but other than that, things seem to be going all right.
One thing, I don't know if it involves you get it or we get it, we need to also add a sign that cell phones are no longer allowed and electronic equipment's no longer allowed in the courthouse.
Correct, so we're gonna be working on that, we've discussed with the judge. The problem I have is currently the voting is inside the courthouse. I cannot ban them, you have a right to take a picture of your ballot.
But that's the only circumstance if we're going into voting?
Correct. So we asked them, of course, we had a person the other day said that's where they're going, and they went to the courtroom. So
Well,
it's
they've
one-
been banned in the courtroom for a long time.
Correct,
Yeah.
correct, but they told us they were going to vote and wound up in the courtroom. So that's their sneaky way of doing that. So once the transition happens, all the renovation happens, and, the voting folks are down, and I think the discussion's gonna be with the judges to, basically, if somebody lies to us, hopefully they'll hold them in contempt.
Right.
It'd be nice to slap a $1,500 fine or something on them.
It would.
Well, I understand in the courtroom and around the court proceedings, but what's the idea behind it? Like, like I was in the clerk's office and I needed to contact a sibling, but I couldn't because I wasn't allowed to bring. What's the idea in the other offices?
I don't know, and we currently have some discussions going on right now. I'm torn on no cell phones in the entire courthouse due to the fact of, going in the circuit court, taking
Right,
pictures of
people
certain things. Of
lying.
course, you can print things off, but at that point, you wasted paper. But people who do genealogical stuff, or they're looking at deeds and they snap a picture, or whatever the case may be, as long as they're not violating the clerk's rules, then, but anyways, that's for another discussion, and
Well,
my signature is not as high as a judge's signature.
I understand, it was just a little frustrating.
Right.
but I can understand the public being frustrated.
Right.
Now, I fully understand the court, from that door in,
Yeah.
nothing.
So what we've also done to manage that is I purchased some lockers that Mark Bolt had come down and looking. We're gonna mount it over there towards the metal detector. Cause we do have folks, that ride bikes to court. We have one this morning, a road bike. So if we tell them, hey, you can't bring your cell phone in, starts
no
raining on it
secure
outside,
place.
right, so we've got some lock boxes. Once those get installed, they're actually big enough to put like an iPad in. So, doing what we can to help the public provide a safe haven for their
That
phones
was
and
somebody
things like
brings
that.
something there, I knew not to bring a pocket knife.
Right.
That was anywhere.
Right.
That's automatic. But on the cell phone, if you have the blockers available, somebody puts their cell phone in it, they go upstairs and then they need to contact somebody. They come back down there and get it and
Right.
do it right there at
Yep,
the
we'll
office.
just keep it right there for them.
Then put it right back in the,
So I think that's gonna be real helpful once we get that going. So,
But anyway, my point of all that was we need to put signage up that before you get into that point, you can see, hey,
yeah, we'll end up getting basically, I've talked to Andy Finn, we're gonna end up basically getting the same style of sign that we currently have out there.
just
It's gonna
adding
finalize everything else.
electronic components, okay.
And I will say that Joe is to blame for the honeybee addiction that I have. I had talked to Joe for years about honeybees, and finally he comes by one day and says, I got bees for you, come get them. And two hives of bees have now turned into over 200 hives. So.
The rest is history.
The rest is history.
Maybe his bees goes to your place.
Yeah.
Actually, my bees goes to his.
And I'm sorry, I'm glad that Laura still speaks to me.
Yes.
That's funny.
Got a quick question on the back on the impound. Is that I was always favorable to see if we could always do something at the landfill, but is that just out of the question? Like, I always thought it would be nice if we could do a fenced area with a building where they can store stuff and secure it in the event of a crime or evidence, but is that out of the question to be able to do, like, moving forward in the future?
Nothing's out of the question.
I think it depends on
That would
which
be,
DEQ
right.
person you get on.
Right.
That's what I'm saying, is that the problem?
Well, our hopes is, we've got an area down there that we've talked about and looked at, and then, some years they're fine with it, some years they're not. I don't know where it's at now with Mark, but I know, the quick fix that we had looked at was fencing in an area over here.
So that might be more of a temporary thing.
In theory, yes, a temporary thing, because that's really what we would like, is some places to store, because if it's evidential, we really want to lock it inside.
Even if you put up a enclosed carport, it ain't gotta be a fancy 5-bay garage building or something,
Right.
but something.
Yeah, I mean, we had even talked about, maybe doing even like a 6-year or some type of plan where, phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, grade it, fence it in, and pour pad and build, and, just take a few years to knock it out instead of being one big burden at one time.
But it has to
I
be
mean, it
where the
seems like-
public can't access it.
Correct.
That's the key point.
Correct.
Well, was DEQ said there was a membrane or something that
I
they,
believe that's,
if you
so,
must cut a hole in.
I mean, and that's part of what I was saying. To me, it seems like it's a lot less opportunity to access it at the landfill than it is down here,
Well, any place, yeah.
right here in town, but.
but the thing is, if we build it something temporary, once we're hopefully able to get whatever going at the landfill or, wherever else, that's still county property there, it becomes, usable for whatever y'all's needs would be, if you need a fenced in lot. So,
Probably could consider the Willis convenience site,
That's a potential, yes.
Yeah.
cause it would be locked, fenced in, locked.
Yeah.
And already
Yeah, we
graded
talked
and
about
built,
that
I mean, we talked
before.
about a few
Yeah.
things, but
Order it.
revisiting the suggestion of putting it there.
Yep.
As we're making movement and build, we
Well,
can
that-
possibly, if something you guys would like to
And-
consider.
and
Yeah, that's-
Joe said early on when we were talking
That
about
would make me feel
developing that
better about it.
entire lot, that was one of the things.
That's correct.
Yeah.
and I think, once we get that idea of where it might work, then hopefully Mark can get some bids and look, and maybe we can start, at that point, planning with the budget, okay, this year's phase one, this year's phase two, and try to look at some type of capital plan on, what we can do to finalize this thing in 4,
Yeah.
5, 6 years, whatever it may take.
And do you still have a secure location for certain things at the courthouse?
You talking like an evidence room?
Right.
Absolutely, yes,
Yeah.
sir.
Okay.
Yeah,
Well, that's what I'm, for small items and stuff, yeah.
It's just that Harley.
Yeah.
I remember,
That probably won't fit in.
I don't know, this is before your time, I remember going to the basement to get sandlot equipment and passing the cages with the marijuana sticking out of it.
That's before my
A
time.
little bit before your time, I know you remember.
Oh, I remember them wells. Couldn't breathe in there because
Happy times then.
Thank you for the report.
I wasn't allowed to take with certain people down in there with me when I went, I was cleared, but, some people be.
One last question. With the mileage and everything that you reported for the fuel budget, you feel like everything's gonna be okay with that? I mean, I
Well-
noticed gas prices still ain't necessarily went down.
So I believe, hey Chad, fuel was one of the ones I asked to increase and was cut, wasn't it? Yeah, so I wasn't gonna bring that up till next budget meeting, or till next meeting when I had the budget kinda laid out, but. So I think, and Kim, please correct me if I'm wrong, fuel was one of the ones I was worried about, and I asked for an increase and that was brought back. Or it stayed the same, I can't remember.
Looking, I don't remember offhand.
But yes, fuel
It's
is
not went
definitely,
down any.
no, fuel is definitely an issue. I didn't wanna mention it since I
How
put
did
it
you
in
end
front
up
of me.
this year? Like when the end of the year
Overall.
came, overall?
I've gotta pull the actual final report, we pulled one last week or the week before, and for the end of the fiscal year, and what I noticed is it had our vehicles at only a $10,000 budget. So I don't know if we've, with this trying to go through Munis, I don't know if we printed off the right report, so I wanted to get back to
Gotcha.
Kim to
Okay.
make sure,
Alright, we can discuss the next
with
meeting.
what I
then.
printed off were $100,000 to the good. But it only said I had a $10,000 budget for vehicles and only
Yeah.
spent 5,000, so something ain't
Alright.
right. So,
Here we are.
and that's just gonna be us trying to learn.
Right.
This report side of it.
Yeah, but once you learn it, it's gonna be like night and day.
It actually uses it, gas and oil, last year was 65, and it was brought to 60. So 5,000
much of
less
that-
than what they.
How much of that 65 was spent?
That's what I asked, but
Yeah,
he
see,
doesn't
that's
have a
what we'll have to look
report.
at.
That's what he
We'll have to
needs to
look.
know.
Spent as year to date?
Yeah.
Okay,
Well, for
Last year's ending budget.
ending,
Oh.
like how much was left in the gas line?
See, that's what we printed off, and
Yeah.
I think it was around that or a little less, but the vehicle side didn't make sense to me, so
What
I
was
wanna
the
get
department,
with
what was
Kim
the
or Jenny
departmental
to,
request?
65.
Okay.
Same as last year.
until we make sure we got these reports
Right.
right, it's kinda hard to say.
And we can visit it again.
Yeah.
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 I think I got Tara up, she was ready, getting
I
all
think,
that out, yeah.
Kim had come over and sat down with Tara on way to print some of these reports off, and that's what we run off of, but that's where some of the numbers didn't seem right, so
Yeah, we'll go through it.
yeah, we'll double check it.
Alright,
And the school resource officer's ready to go?
School resource officers are ready to go. Put that out there for all the listeners. Please pay attention. You're gonna see the school buses.
Yep.
Don't drive around the school buses. Don't drive by the school buses.
Yeah.
Our kids are gonna be back out on the roads in the
Yep.
morning, and
Hey, Kim,
let traffic at the stoplight start backing up.
yep, and the turn to
And
the
the
high
turns.
school and elementary
Yeah, the
school.
monitoring, I
Everybody's
should
gotta
have
be,
said something to
patient.
David, the monitoring that's going on in Salem, I don't know if it's working 100%.
Yeah, I don't know how.
Yeah.
I don't know how that monitoring works,
Well, I
but
tell you right now, I told him, I said, if you took the lights down and put that stop sign up at the middle, when the lights were down and they had the stop signs turned each way, traffic went through there, it was the smoothest it's been since the old one time and less traffic. Cause everybody gave a turn and everybody went.
huh,
And, there was there one weekend, we lost power there.
right.
And they put that stop sign up, I was in the traffic there. There wasn't hardly any waiting at all.
Where she's not wrong.
But whoever's monitoring, I don't know, they went to sleep or whatever. Whoever's supposed to be monitoring and switching them lights from Salem is.
Right.
They either quit doing it or they're not paying attention anymore.
So year-to-date final for your fuel and oil is $65,750.78.
Okay. So it's right on the money.
Right
right on the money.
Yeah. So this year to go up just a smidge.
You
Maybe.
used 101.2% of the line.
Alright,
You're
well,
right there.
yeah, we're not gonna leave you hanging, so,
I think it'll be taken care of,
Mhm.
yeah.
however.
one of the representatives at our District 10 meeting brought up on that SRO that it was put out that there wasn't no money budgeted for the SROs. He said, yes, there is. What it was, a lot of localities didn't use them. So they cut the money that was in there, but there's still enough money
For
to
the grant.
cover the needs.
So the grant originally, I don't know if y'all recall this, it was a one-time grant only.
Correct.
Right,
But we kept applying for it, and they said, well, I guess the money was still there, and since it was a second time, and maybe 3-4 cycles we got of
We
it,
did.
but they kept letting us apply because we just kept asking.
right.
Well,
And of course,
supposedly there's
this
still
last
money.
time, they're like, no.
Yeah,
Well-
he said the money was there,
Mhm.
it just that
Well, I'll
they
have,
had.
I'll have old Clemens check on it.
Absolutely.
If there's
I mean,
money out there,
yeah.
he's gonna figure it out.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, definitely
Figure it
have
out.
them look at it.
He's definitely a
But,
master.
They just said that they cut the amount of money that was budgeted
Mhm.
because there was so many people that wasn't using it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Which I can't understand why they
Well, it's
wasn't.
because they advertise it as a one-time cycle only.
Right,
And then so everybody had to figure out how to get their board or get their town council to fund it.
Right.
And instead, we were like, can we get it again? They were like, yeah, sure. Can we get it again?
Until they said no.
Until they said no.
Yeah.
keep checking on that because he said he was part of the budget committee, I guess, in Richmond.
Okay.
He said
Yeah.
the money was there.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
representative said it was.
Yeah, absolutely.
End of August is coming around. You've got any plans for anything around the end of August to take care of in the community? Number of people have brought up.
End of August.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I mean, it's still the typical, everything's gonna cease and
Okay,
be gone.
and will they be removed?
Yeah.
Okay,
I think
thank
it
you.
ends that first week of September.
Was Eric's last name, it went out of my mind, I knowed him,
Who?
the representative.
Oh, yeah, no, I can't, I'll have to look it up.
I've known him for years, his name went right out of
he's,
my mind, but,
he serves, Henry County,
yeah,
Pennsylvania.
Is he a delegate or?
yeah.
Yeah, he was a delegate,
I wanted to say Dickerson, but it's not. It's,
no,
Phillips.
But he's the one that was talking about the grant money?
yes,
Yeah.
Eric
Okay.
Phillips.
Yeah, he's
Yeah.
the one that was saying that there's
Yes.
money in the
Okay.
program.
that's who it was,
But
yeah,
he's a delegate.
Yeah.
yeah,
But call him, talk to him, he'll give
We'll
you
look
the,
for it.
yeah, tell Michael to,
I mean, if there's money he can hunt up,
oh,
he's
I
gonna
know,
hunt it
he'll
up.
hunt it down. I know. Alright, great. Alright, thanks for coming by.
Yeah,
Thanks,
thank
Ryan.
you.
And we haven't had a chance to tell you, if you wanna ride with us one night, feel free to give us a call, and if we're able, we'll get you out there riding. Of course, invitations for everybody.
It'll change your
but-
life. You'll get to ride in the front seat.
I didn't even say they gotta put him in the back.
If you ever need anything, just give me a call. I think you got a
I-
cell phone number, so.
Alright, thank you.
Yes, sir. Yeah, get out and ride with us one night.
I'll do that.
Thank y'all.
Thank you.
See ya.
They'll
Y'all
put
take
you in
care.
the back seat.
I will leave them up front.
I'm driving.
You driving? Oh, okay. Oh.
Oh, lordy.
Okay, should I keep?
Yeah, I'm gonna let you explain that.
Next on the agenda, it's just kind of a FYI for you. It's the referendum on the general retail sales tax for school capital projects. So it's the actual document that was sent that you know, you guys
Right.
asked and approved to move forward.
Right.
This is the validation that it was.
Yeah, the judge.
Sarah, the registrar, sent it, so I thank her for doing that. And now you guys have a copy of it.
And the judge approved it?
Yeah, the judge signed off on it.
Right.
Yes, ma'am. Next on the list,
Can
oh, I'm sorry.
Just for everybody listening, we had a citizen last month that, or last meeting was, I don't think fully understood. This funding can only be spent on school capital projects.
Correct.
This is not, it's in hopes of deferring real estate tax increases and whatever going forward. But this 1% sales tax is solely for school capital projects.
Right.
Correct.
And not on food and medicine.
Correct.
Nor
And
real
it's
estate.
not on, yeah, go
It's
ahead.
not real estate tax, it's not food, medicine, pharmaceutical. It's purely sales on tangible. That's what it comes
Yep.
down to.
Did you,
Yes, it includes the town.
it includes the town?
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
Did you ever, were you able to get a total number on it?
Not yet,
Not yet,
not
okay.
yet. But it's not lost, I will.
But anyway, I didn't mean to disrupt, but I wanted to make sure the general
Yeah, you
public
did.
knew. Well, yeah, I did. I just wanted to make sure the general public knew that that was the exclusive use of it, period.
So next on the list, sir, is under new business, 11A delinquent tax public notice. This is just it's annual. It's just for you to give permission for me to move forward with advertising. And it will be, there is a copy there, it's in the treasurer's office, but just that we can advertise that it is available.
I love.
Did you say-
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to move forward with that.
I'll second. Did you have a copy?
Right there.
Okay.
It's okay, on the motion to move forward with staff advertising the delinquent tax public notice, Mr. Cox, Ms.
Yes.
Cookenbook,
Yes.
Mr. Phillips,
Yes.
Mr. Booth,
Yeah.
Mr. Terman.
Yes.
Next on the list, this is something that Jerry initiated with regards to Weldon Cooper and all that it entails. So I went ahead and reached out. What you see in there is the reply, and on the back to be a member, it gives you the membership dues for annually.
And isn't that is that based on population or,
Mhm.
yeah, that's what I thought. I know $1,100 sounds like a lot, but they have such a wealth of information at their hands that, I mean, every department in the county can benefit from this. And I think this board and the planning commission and the EDA can too,
That's correct.
and our staff.
We also have professional education and advancements and things that this would assist
It's,
in all lanes.
yeah, it's so much more than it was years ago when we were there, but, you know, when we're looking at ordinances, or we're looking at, tax impacts and that sort of.
Grant application.
Policies, job
application,
descriptions.
Job description, they have such a wealth of it already put together.
Yep.
You know, lots of times we say, well, what's our surrounding counties doing? And staff ends up having to call, sometimes they get an answer, sometimes they don't.
Yes, sir.
But the Weldon Cooper Center already has that collected.
Correct. It's a great
I'm-
foundation.
And I'm guessing you don't have to call and ask for a hard copy, you can nowadays like we used to.
That's right.
I can remember getting books that thick
Yeah.
and sitting down and reading through them I think you mentioned it earlier about this county, or last night about this county growing and the area growing and
Yeah, the
that's
whole
what-
region.
the whole region, and I think this is a part of that it gives staff and us more information at our fingertips.
It does expedite, obtaining information for sure.
Yeah, cause sometimes we need it quick and,
Mhm.
calling 4 or 5 different counties, you don't get the information as quick as, and sometimes they'll tell the Weldon Cooper Center this information, but they don't wanna share it with us.
That's correct.
But I think we should move forward and join.
Yeah.
I'll hush up and let y'all.
No, I think it's a great organization, I really do. I'd be in favor of going back.
Well, I haven't seen it, so.
You can't put, it's in your packet?
I ain't found it
Should
yet.
be
I've been
on
looking.
the
11B.
yeah, it's
Here.
on the agenda page.
Here.
1, 2, 3,
It's my hard
3 or
copy.
4 down.
Hard
It's my
copy.
hard-
Here's a hard copy.
That was sweet.
We've been a member of this in the past.
We
Yes.
were in the past,
We
and
were.
for whatever reason dropped it and just never did go back to it.
$1,100 annually.
Mhm.
I think it used to be 5. I mean,
Back
inflation.
back in
Yeah,
my
back
day,
in
it
the
was
day,
5,
yeah.
yes, somewhere in that range.
And I can
It's-
make a phone call and see what they
Yeah,
will
they
be
got
willing to
more
work with us.
Yeah. I just think it's a
First
really,
time members,
That's right.
first time member discount.
yeah, the resources that it provides for the county saves money in time and hours that they would have to spend to try and dig it up.
Research and pull it together,
Yeah, I mean, that's really what it amounts to. And with us relying and wanting our staff to do whatever they can to receive, grants, it makes that job so much easier.
I mean, it offers, a lot of time different ordinances, sample policies, things of that nature, but also a wide scope of leadership development, things or certifications and professional education.
Yeah,
Yep.
it has
Especially with new
education
management.
value that it didn't used to have.
Yeah, agreed.
Used to be
Just
basically
numbers.
just information.
Yeah, just numbers and
But
stuff.
now it's so much more than what it was.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to approve the membership to the Welding Cooper Center Public Service.
I'll second that.
All right, on the motion to go ahead and approve the membership for $1,100 to the Weldon Cooper Center for Public Service. Mr. Cox?
Yes.
Ms. Cookenbook?
Yes.
Mr. Phillips?
I'm gonna vote no.
Mr. Booth?
Yes.
And Mr. Terman?
Yes.
Okay. Next, we have, just a carryover request that we do annually. This list does not include the required by grants, that it will be automatic, which that's not a great amount. The sheriff probably has a few, as he usually does. Otherwise, it's, the carryover request for the EDA, and the other one is their $1,002 for fire. Most of that, the EDA one, there's 3 different, if you look, there's 3 different requests of small amounts. The comprehensive plan that wasn't completed, that was part of a grant that has to go matching, the funds committed for workforce housing, again, and the C4. So, and Tabitha's doing a really big push to increase that C4 and get that out there, so, and the other one, like I said, is, fire.
And
Mr.
we'll be
Sowers,
under our new system, we'll be able to flag this, so
automatic,
at next budget time, we're not starting with these additions, we're starting,
correct,
yeah.
Right.
yes, there's an automatic carryover.
Right.
So, but we have to be in sync to,
Right,
yeah,
right,
but yes, you are, I can't wait.
Mr. Chairman. I'll make a motion to approve the carryover request from the EDA and our volunteer fire department.
I'll second that, if you ready.
Go ahead. All right, on the the approval of the carryover request as presented and knowing that grants will automatically, Ms. Cookenbook,
Yes.
Mr. Booth,
Yes.
Mr. Cox,
Yes.
Mr. Phillips,
Yes.
and Mr. Terman.
Yes.
Right. Sir, next on the list is, was part of the addendum, that was approved to the agenda, which is the naming of Flager View Road Northeast, which is the new road in the Commerce Center. And you will note that, you do have an extract of their vote, from the EDA board, so that's in there as well. And then you have a pretty drone picture.
It's our district.
Does anybody have any problems?
That sounds like a great name.
If not, then I'll move to approve the application and process.
I'll second. I like the name Fleeger View Road.
Fleeger, is it Fleeger?
Fleeger,
Okay.
yeah. Yep,
This area fits its name.
it does. It's got a view, that's for sure.
So, we,
Alright, on the view, I'm sorry, on the approval of the new road in the Commerce Center, Fleeger View Road Northeast, which is tax map number 43-97A, Mr. Booth,
Yes.
Ms. Cookenbook.
Yes.
Mr. Cox,
Yes.
Mr. Phillips,
Yes.
and Mr. Terman.
yes.
Alright, Fleeger View Road Northeast it is. Now we have
With
public
that, we'll move
comments.
up to our public comment period. It is the intent that all people attending the meeting of the board, regardless of handicap and conditions, shall have an opportunity to participate. If any person present requires any special assistance, please let the board know in order that arrangements can be made. Speakers are limited to 4 minutes. Sharing or giving away unused time is not permitted. The board does not respond to questions or comments made by the speaker during the public comment period or time. So with that, I'll open up our public comment.
The first speaker is Valerie Ryder from the Indian Valley District.
Thank you.
Morning.
Morning.
You've seen me before. I'm here on the same issue. We're trying to get the Firehouse Road finished to the end. And I'm going to start by thanking Walter Phillips for his assistance with this. He's been talking to me I don't know how many times on the phone, and he's always very polite and helpful. And thank you, Mr. Terman, as well. Firehouse Road actually goes through both of these supervisors' territory, and I believe where the power line is where it ends from one and the other one. But the road needs to be finished all the way through to benefit the fire department and for the safety of people. And this is the main issue. Since we had the last meeting, I've talked to many other people in the area. The main problem is a lot of people have had really close to accidents. And I've said before at the meeting 3/10 of a mile, it's actually 4/10 of a mile, I was incorrect. One of the ladies measured that precisely, so. But that last 4/10 of a mile is dangerous. And I talked to Tony Weddle, who was the fire chief for many, many years. I don't know how many years, but he would have liked to have been at the meeting today, but he had a conflict, so he could not come. He said that what he thought is it's a very dangerous section. It's also a shortcut that goes through for the fire department to part of Indian Valley. So you would want the fire truck to be able to do it. They're hesitant to do that section because of the danger. And they've been called in on many accidents there. My next door neighbor, she came very close
to being hit by a logging truck, she and her husband coming home. So I think before we have a major accident in this stretch, it needs to be done. And I know you've got roads all over the county that badly need it. But being that you've got a firehouse there and they need to be able to use it. It's also used a lot from people from Indian Valley going for a shortcut into Willis. And Willis has it's a wonderful little place. You've got a post office, you've got a convenience store. So it's a lot of traffic going through there. And all the roads around are already paved, but ours is not paved all the way through. It would make it a lot safer. And what the holdup before was, not you all, you had approved it, all the way to Easy Road, which is paved. The problem was that the person that had approved it passed away on this both sides of the road. 17 people inherited it. You cannot get 17 people to agree on anything these days. So they gave up trying to get the right of way. Mike and London Turman bought both sides of the road. They have agreed to sign off. I'm not going to go into what they plan on doing. It may be logging, it may be, subdividing, it may be both. That's their business. But I think that they both want to have it done. They will sign off on it. They've agreed. They have talked to the VDOT on the phone. They're waiting to get the paperwork. From what I understand, Chris, and I don't remember his last name because I left my notes at a Price. He has gone out and looked at it again, the section that needs to be done. He's mapped it out again. Unfortunately, it has to go up for debate. So, they have to bid on it. That's what's left to be done. So I ask you, please, do the out-of-cycle project on this. Don't put us at the very end. I'm watching the time. We would not like to wait another 16 more years on this. And I would really not like to see my neighbors get injured, or myself. So thank you, and thank you again for your help and your courtesy. We really appreciate it. Thank you.
And our next speaker is Greg Lilly, also from the Indian Valley District.
Almost need assistance, sit there a long time. First of all, just watching the meeting, you guys, ladies, are doing a great job, and you are mentioning roads, and apparently it's a huge county. We've got a lot of roads, that aren't so good, they need a lot of maintenance. It's probably an issue in the whole state. I don't know how you ever solved it, but I did hear the sheriff say they do a lot of driving, so you might use their inputs on roads. They probably see them more than anybody. But what I'm seeing is you guys are doing your job and you're telling the VDOT guy what you need done. And then, like you said, you asked him about an issue a month ago, and he didn't get back to you. He said you would, he didn't. I think VDOT needs to step up. I don't know how you can make the state do much. And that's the issue. I don't think it's us. I think we just need to. And we didn't know we weren't getting the road done to the end until they put the sign up. We thought, okay, we got it. They're going to do it. We rode down there and it says end of construction, and then there's all these. We counted 75 potholes in 3/10 of a mile, and 2 little springs coming up in the road. And it's a bad road. If y'all driven through there, you know. I'm just reiterating what everybody living in that area wants to see is just try to get it done before the next 16 years, maybe this year, next year, or sometime in the immediate future if possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
And our next speaker is Chip Camp from the Little River District.
Good morning.
Morning.
It's been a while. Months anyway.
Where you been?
Where you been? That's what I want to know. So I'm obviously here to talk about Sandy Flats. I know Firehouse Road is a hot topic, no pun intended. But Sandy Flats, over the last 3 months, 3.5 months, with all of the thunderstorms that we've had, washouts that are that hard to tear. My advocate wasn't here when David was here, so I chased him down. after he left, and I told him about it. I've emailed Linda about it multiple times, and nothing seems to be happening. But I really, the road is horrible right now. So I sincerely love to see a little support for that. I want to talk about one more thing, and obviously it's about Sandy Flats, but the 6-year plan. I finally received a copy of it, looked it over. 14 roads are listed on that plan, and I know they're not in numerical order in terms of importance, but for the second year in a row, we're number 13, not a good number. However, beyond that, I don't follow, maybe, and I know we can't have a discussion back and forth, but I don't really follow how projects are chosen. It gives no light. There is no light to me to figure out what that is. It would really seem to me to be more it would make more sense if if the numbers on that list weren't there. If you put the list together alphabetically or some other way, so that somebody that's living on Sandy Flats looks at this thing and says, "Huh, we're getting screwed again," you know? The other thing I really need to know, and again, I know you all can't respond back and forth, but I would love to know from the board standpoint what I can do or what other residents on that road can do to argue a case, to state a case, to present whatever we need to present to the board, to VDOT, to whoever it may be, to say, okay, here's what we really want to happen, here's what we ask very respectfully to happen. Or what, somehow, if somebody could get back to me and say, you need a petition, or you need this, or you need that, or whatever the case may be. If somebody could get back to me, I'd really appreciate it, because I really want to institute something that will help this along as much as possible. So, again, I very much thank you. I'll be back. I guess that's it. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's all.
So, no correspondence, and so with that, I will close our public comment period. And if y'all want to agree, it'll take about 5 minutes before we go into closed session.
Probably be good, yeah.
Very good. We'll be back in session. And with that, I'll take a motion to go into closed session under 2.23711A8.
So moved.
Second.
Alright, on the motion to go into closed session under 2.23711A8, consultation with legal counsel employed or retained by public body regarding specific legal matters requiring the provision of legal advice by such counsel. And this is in regards to multiple FOIA requests. Mr. Booth?
Yes.
Ms. Cookenbook?
Yes.
Mr. Cox?
Yes.
Mr. Phillips?
Yes.
And Mr. Terman?
Yes.
Alright, at the top of the.
Corner of.
I'll take a motion to come out of closed session.
So moved.
Second.
On the motion to come out of closed session, Mr. Cox,
Yes.
Mr. Phillips,
Yes.
Ms. Cookenbook.
Yep.
Mr. Booth,
Yes.
Mr. Terman.
Yes. I'll take a motion certifying that we only discussed those things we went into closed session for.
So moved.
Second.
All right, on the motion to certification resolution 2.23712D, only such public business matters as were identified in the motion by which closed meeting was convened were heard and discussed. Mr. Cox,
Yes.
Mr. Booth,
Yes.
Mr. Phillips,
Yes.
Ms. Cookenbook.
Yes.
And Mr. Terman.
Yes. And we don't have anything necessary as a result of the
Correct.
closed discussion, so. So we come down to board time. Does anybody got anything to say?
I give Kim the step for the sites up there. She just, hopefully you'll get with Coy and let him know what's going on.
Yes,
'Cause he was wondering why that he hadn't had no response from y'all.
well, he hadn't any response because he was talking to Mr. Booth and you with all the information that I had, so I was just trying to navigate with, and you guys were handling the front end of it. I didn't call just to not have the same conversation that both of you seemed to have with him. And I wanted to get all the facts behind everything before making that phone call. It wasn't an intentional, I'm not calling him because I don't want to, he called four of us about the same topic to have the same discussion, and I think, as well he should call you, you are his district supervisor. And then he felt comfortable calling Mr. Terman and Mr. Booth. I'm the one who said to Mr. Terman, the chairman, that, cause he mentioned, we were talking about something else, and he said, I have to get off the phone and return these two phone calls, and one of them was Coy. And I said, well, let me give you the background, because I've been on the phone with Mr. Booth several times and Mr. Phillips, and gave him the whole background. And he, if I may speak, he too said, well, if they're talking to him, they can more than handle it. He doesn't need multiple phone calls from people.
That's what I was gonna say. I was working on the farm, and there's a couple places on my farm I get in one of them hollers. I got no cell service.
Oh, I'm like it too.
And when I come back to the top of the hill, I had missed a call from Mr. Phillips, I had missed a call from Coy, and there's Kim. So I called you, and then I called Kim, and like Kim said, he done talked to everybody, and it'd been redundant for me to try to repeat what they saying. So, it wasn't that we wasn't trying to get back. It just, there's no use telling the same story over and over,
And I made it plain in one of the conversations, because I called and talked to the county administrator first. And I don't know if it's the first time I called him back or the second, but I made it clear that I'd talked to them, and I told them I told them I'd relay the information we had at that point to him. Now, maybe that was wrong, but I didn't, since I was calling him back anyway, that left them at the time, they were working with VDOT trying to get some of that stuff straightened out, so I figured, all right, that lets them, I'll just take care of calling him back.
Which, if I may, I did, because we were waiting on the last question of the perpetual easement. Because that's
Versus the right of way.
That's correct, so we put it back in VDOT. Carla was intricate in communication with Alex and Jesse. I spoke to Jesse yesterday, I emailed Jesse this morning. I did receive an email back, and it said, we have reviewed the documents. The deed states that utilities can use the easement, but we do not know if trash service would qualify as a utility. I did look it up in other and it doesn't, and this, the easement also says that the Commonwealth can maintain a public street. However, an entrance is obviously not a public street. So, no, the perpetual easement cannot be accessed by our trash truck, cause the intent was, because Coy is, with his dad's land, wanting, and I believe, Mr. Mitchell as well, wanting the green boxes there, and we want them there, I mean, it serves a corner that's challenging. But we can't do it by accessing the perpetual easement. So from what I understand, Coy stated, well, if it doesn't work out, we can move, more, further back. So when the end of this week, Mark is out these next couple days, at the end of this week, and please note in the midst, the boxes have not been removed until we got all the facts. So I wanted to honor that as well. But we're gonna have to remove them per the request of the property owner, and we can't access the grass area, and thank you for the pictures that you took, Mr. Phillips. But we will research how to get on the other side of it, get with VDOT, get an access entrance and gravel, and hopefully put them back as soon as possible.
And you said that perpetual right of way easement come right up against the store building, right?
Oh, yeah, it actually comes right up to their porch where the old store was, or
It
their
does,
house, to the cement building and past it,
Mhm.
right?
Actually comes down onto Coy and
Correct,
Keevan's property.
but not enough for an entrance. You'd still have to access their property,
To get it
To
where it's
get it.
at right now.
and I will state, I will not face the boxes, the front to Alum Ridge, because it would be a safety concern for our drivers and a safety
Right.
concern for our community, especially there's a small bend there. And if someone's coming around and looking at the beautiful church across the street,
And-
it is
and
not
the-
safe, and I will not.
And the rear end of that trash truck sitting out in the road.
Right.
It'll cover both lanes, it'll absolutely block both lanes. So, we have our answer.
Can I ask a question though? I know this is your board time, Mr. Phillips, but does the Mitchell family have other land that they might wanna,
I mentioned that to them in the
can I
conversation.
let me just, and maybe put in one of our convenience centers that maybe perhaps isn't as big as Franklin Pike, but that we might be able to put in, and what was the answer?
The answer I got was the site where we were at, Coy felt like he could work that out. But to do anything else, then it'd have to go back to his daddy.
Okay, well, maybe that's,
I've
And I
talked to
asked him
Keevan
to
a couple
think of them
times,
to
so I
think
mean, I may have to go back out and talk to him again. So I will raise that question to him then,
I mean,
because
I don't wanna, I agree with, Kim, none of us up here wanna take away green boxes, that's not our intent. But if another property owner is having problems with bears, and they were here today, they didn't get to speak because they missed public comment, or they didn't realize what was going on, anyway, a property owner, we've had the same thing happen on, 221 with the property owner near Stonewall.
Well, and Route 8.
Route 8,
Well, up on Shear Road, the other year, the property owner wanted to move the boxes. I'm sorry, Walter, I'm
You're okay.
doing-
You're okay.
But anyway, all that neighborhood was eating me up, cause they said, no, them boxes is on state right of way, and I said, no, they're not, they're on private property. David was good enough to go up there with a can of marker paint and mark the state right of way. And they was all on private property, and the state right of way wasn't wide enough, to accommodate the boxes. So, this ain't the first rodeo we've had, on this. I don't know why it made major special attention, that's ridiculous, cause I told somebody the same day they moved the ones at Stonewall or Ingram's, and so, I know the reason it was, but I'm not going
Yeah.
into it under advice of counsel, so, so.
Okay, and I give her the papers on the Max Mountain site,
Mm-hmm.
so.
So I'll
okay,
get
no,
with Steve per your suggestion and then reach out to Mr. Phillips.
I think that's good, that now that he's wanting
Beautiful.
to talk, that
Yeah.
he did get opportunity to
Agreed.
lock something down, so.
That's all I
So
got.
you're gonna talk to Mr. Mitchell and let him know what we found out about the prescriptive easement and that stuff,
I can,
or you?
My plan was to call him once I
Okay.
had all the facts, if you're okay with that.
I'm just trying to figure out who's doing what.
Yeah.
Yeah, me and Joe Lane
I'm
come
out
out.
of the picture now, so.
Well, no, he had left me a message, but that was when I was corresponding back and forth with Mr. Phillips and Mr. Booth, and I was fact finding. So I was behind the scenes fact finding, and you guys were up front, and as Mr. Booth stated, that he would make that phone call, because I let him know that he'd call me.
I believe he was just upset that he did not get no correspondence back from the county,
Right.
so to speak.
Right.
So hopefully you will.
Yeah. Oh,
take care
no,
of
I'll call him back now, especially with this last email from
Now we
VDOT.
can give him the whole picture.
That's
it.
right.
There you go.
That's right. Be my pleasure.
My quick thought on the green box situation is, now that we've had the Franklin Pike site for how long's that been now?
A year,
A year?
Over
over.
a
To
year.
my
It's
knowledge,
April.
at least on public comment or platforms that I see on social media, the only real way we're gonna end up solving this whole problem on green boxes is like the Franklin Pike site. I've not heard any complaints about anything, right? No one's told us to remove the dumpsters because the county owns the dirt,
That's right.
right? So I mean, that's gonna be about the only resolution we have.
Dirt.
And, I don't know, maybe the social media platforms, the Floyd Times, they can help the county out and they can say, hey, if there's any willing landowners that's willing to part with some property for these green boxes, we're willing to entertain it
I think I mentioned that.
Reasonably.
if it works out.
Yeah, I
Because
think I
all
said the
see-
same thing,
All I
yeah.
see on social media
Yeah.
is tons of comments about, I mean, to me, it looks like people want them in their front yard, but then if you showed up with one in their front yard, they wouldn't want it. But we're doing the best we can, but that's my thing on that.
We got the same thing on Black Ridge, right there at Emmanuel Road.
Yeah.
We got people that want to move because they're right in front of my house.
Right.
But the landowner said, no, you're not moving them, I want them right where they're at. So, it's basically the same thing. I had a lady to reach out to me and said that somebody was lying, And I told her, I said, nobody's lying, and I explained to her what the situation was. And said the same thing Levi just said, that, hey, when property owners tells us to move them, we gotta move them, right, period. And nobody wants to sell us property, and the ones that do, my God, if we paid that price for it, then they would be a room full of people.
I feel like there's this conspiracy going around that we're trying to secretly remove all the green boxes.
There is.
So apparently we maybe have to go and all take our trash up here to the transfer station.
And be charged for it.
But I mean, I'm here
But there's no charge for residential
I know,
trash.
I know.
to try to defeat any of that conversation. I mean, if that occurred, I have no benefit or interest in that occurring anyway. It's not like I got a special trash truck that then would show up to my house to pick up all my trash. I would be driving from Locust Grove to the transfer station too. So like, nobody wants to see these green boxes all disappear. It blows my mind why people think we want to get rid of all this. But saying that, the Station 3 rescue green boxes. Do we have an update, if any, larger signs have been made where we could put those on some 4x4 posts at the entrance, just to let them know that there's video surveillance is. And we got to check on any further about some signage being made.
We have, we've reached out to get the signs made,
Okay.
yes.
Alright, and then, my last thing for board time, any further updates on the Station 3 fire with how any improvements or RFPs or any of that's going? I'm getting some questions from
Yeah,
some
sure.
members.
I can send you the list if that's okay.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Mark and Patrick, Patrick is sending a weekly maintenance completion, if that's part of it, and Mark has also said, because they had people come over to look at the gutters, people come over, the gutters are an issue. That we've identified that.
Alright,
They've been there for the rain, rain outside, coming in, maybe water being used inside, so there's a lot of different scenarios. So if it's okay, I will email you, or the board, excuse me.
Is it got sort of a plan of action? Are we at the point where we've got a plan of attack, or are we still
Mark is
just?
going to come back with, trying to get some prices on, because the gutters are an issue. They just are not substantial, however, we may have to extend the roof to be able to
Right.
capture the gutters correctly, so.
Right.
So those are the two things that,
Okay.
gutter pricing and what it would be to, like, kind of, not a lean-to, but an extension, that would have.
It's like an awning, somewhat.
It's almost like
It's like the right not word, but.
Yeah.
Indian Valley Firehouse.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm,
Because it was always flooding the bays
Yeah.
up there.
mm-hmm,
And I think for a little while, the rescue building was the same way.
I remember that one, okay.
That was before your time, I
Yeah.
think. When they first built it, wall was pushing in
Mhm.
9 yards.
Yeah,
So it's
yeah,
not for
yeah, yeah.
lack of attempt to find the source, everything else was cleaned up, but still just to get to that and then get a price and then to bring it back to you guys.
Okay, thank you,
You're welcome. But I'll still send you all the list.
thank you.
Anybody else?
Go ahead.
I just, I'm just throwing this out there with these trash, maybe smaller sites. I mean, I know like we're doing with Legacy, like the compactors.
Mhm.
Perhaps smaller sites that are not maybe as big as Franklin Pikes, but we can put them in other areas where landowners may not have to give up as much land. I don't know, I'm just trying to be open to the idea of how we can effectively put them in different parts of our county, and maybe trying to do these large ones may not work as better, maybe we do a couple of smaller ones. I don't know, I think we just have to,
I think the consideration has always been there, because we know that we can't put compactor sites, the intent would be to get one in every district.
yeah,
But that's not gonna help Buffalo Mountain, it's not gonna help Stone, you know what I mean? I was under the impression that we would still need smaller, Franklin Pike even smaller.
right, that's what I'm saying.
In other areas,
Right.
so that has never been off the table.
Okay.
We just can't get the land at
Yeah,
a reasonable
because I
price to
said
do
that in the
so.
beginning.
Right.
As big as y'all's districts are,
We need,
you need, I think you need at least 4 in each district,
Yeah.
if not 5. And any of them you locate close to my district eliminates the ones I need to have in my district.
To Linda's point, I'd already been thinking about that. You guys take baby steps.
Yeah.
We ain't got the money to do all of it.
oh, yeah, I know.
But I eventually would want one located convenient to Black Ridge and Green Mountain.
Yeah,
Mhm.
right, in between the
Because
two.
those people
Yeah.
go to Patrick County, Carroll County, different places to work. They have to make a special trip,
Right.
to come over. So if you had one like there, it would help them
Yeah.
out.
Yeah, it would.
Same way down in Lick Ridge and down in
Yep.
Places like that. But
Yeah.
that's gotta be a future expense.
Right,
you know.
right.
I mean, it's a good idea, but it's just,
Mhm.
but
And I drive,
Let her
I
finish.
do drive 86 a lot, going down to see my daughter and all, and there is a compactor site down there. I don't know how they do it, it's not manned. And I don't know if they have the switch under a lock and key with a camera. I don't know, I mean, I pass it all the time, and I'm so excited about getting down there that I don't stop. But it is a compactor, and it is a site, and people, I see them driving in there and dumping their trash. I don't know.
I was told that also, that there are some stations that are unmanned compactors, that the people put their stuff in there and there's a button or something you push and it.
Well, this, I don't think you can push the button, because you'd be, the liability would be so insane, because what if somebody,
Pushes it at the wrong time.
Yeah, the only way you could do that is put the trash in, then
Yeah.
as you go out the gate, push a button.
So
Right.
when the gate closes, it automatically does it.
there may be,
Maybe a
I don't
switch
know.
like that, yeah.
Cause that was my biggest fear when we started about compactors. I could
Yeah.
just see a child all accidentally falling in.
Oh, God.
But the way they're designed and set up, that alleviates that.
So we will continue.
Alright, y'all are gonna figure out the sales tax stuff associated with the 1%.
Yes, sir.
Alright, I know, and I know you've been covered up, but I don't know, when Floyd had first started in Floyd, we was gonna give it a time. And what we wanted to do was go back and check the sales tax during Floyd Fest versus before Floyd
I
Fest.
have it.
You've already got that,
I
okay?
have it. I just have to peel,
Polished up.
yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Linda, Ms. Cookenberg. Yeah.
Cause there is an impact,
I have it.
yeah, okay.
So
And it's going back, and I don't wanna stir old stuff up, but
I have it for the last few years.
with us talking about sales tax, it brought it back to
Sure.
mind that we had talked about that and trying to see it compared. And also.
And actually, I had to wait to get through, if it's okay with you, because I wanted to see what this year's
This
impact,
year's is,
but I had to
that's
wait till
fine.
after August.
And
Right.
get an average, and then
Correct,
compare it to what it was before they
Yeah.
came.
correct.
Right.
So, and 1 year averaged is not,
Doesn't do it.
No.
I understand.
so I had to wait till August, but I have the other years.
And
Treasurer's it.
also, at some point, we were gonna compare, since we did what we've done at the transfer station with
Yeah,
crossing the scales versus, and I know it's hard because it varies, but versus maybe, 6 months, 8 months, whatever,
Means
versus 6 or 8 months at some point prior to us doing it to see what happened there.
Sure. Absolutely, you got it.
We can work on that, and then we started the wastework system in July. So I was trying to get a few months in that as well, because those reports are gonna be really user-friendly for you guys to review.
Yes.
That's all I had, sir.
I debated about bringing this, but I'd be nice, I'd be nice. I still hear this crap about the convenience center at Willis is just convenient for me. Just me, and apparently I don't have neighbors or anything like that. We're building it especially for me, It's no more convenient for me, cause when they was at Buffalo Mountain Road, just up the road a little ways, when I went to Willis, I could throw my trash out as I went by. Now with the convenience center, if I go to Willis, I gotta go the other way for a little ways, get rid of it, turn around and come back, to Willis. It's not only convenient to me, I mean, it's no more than what we already had with the green boxes at Buffalo Mountain Road. And then they talk about Carroll County, convenient for Carroll County. It's no more convenient for them, actually it's gonna be less convenient, because once we get this set up, like Franklin Pike down here with the camera system and all, we probably don't alleviate the trash coming in from Carroll County. Plus the fact that it's gonna save on the fuel of running up there every day, emptying them boxes. Go up there, once every 2 weeks is what they said, or something like that.
Maybe.
Yeah, and it probably saved the county from having to buy another garbage truck. So it's not about me,
I don't
and
know.
I know there's some that's just can't grow up and move on. They gotta, keep bashing me. But, it's for everybody, it's not just for me. And I'll shut up before I go too far. As a council, I gotta keep my mouth shut. Not Steve, but my council, so. Anybody get anything?
I just,
Move on down to correspondence then.
I was gonna say thank you
Oh.
for some of the stuff that you've put in correspondence, it's been great.
Absolutely. So in your correspondence folders, there's a county financials folder
Yeah.
in there that has the revenue expenditures.
That's what I like.
To date, there is the tracking sheet for DSS for the month of July. There's a tracking sheet in there for Parks and Rec for the month of July. The school financial report, the school nutrition bank reconciliation, and then there's 3 emails from citizens. These were not asked to be read during public comment, they were just correspondence
Right.
with a board member, and we put them in there to be shared with all board members.
Nice job. Good stuff.
Ready?
I'm ready.
Reminder, for you guys that we will have the EMS board meeting on August 25th, which is our next regular board meeting, so we will come in just earlier what are we at, 7, probably 6 or 6:15, you tell me what time.
If we come in at 4, do we get lunch?
Come in at 4.
No,
No.
he was looking for lunch.
Do we get a meal earlier?
What time would need to come in on that one?
6 probably.
Probably 6.
Yeah, I would say 6.
Okay. I did have animal
6 p.m.
control on here. Thank you all for your support during this transition. I will probably continue to look for that support as we go over speed bumps. But again, they really did, between Jeremy and Jenny and that group, Danny, Brian, transfer station guys, maintenance guys, they were all just showed up. All they had to do was go like this and they were all right there, which is just an attribute to what a team we really truly have.
They were fighting over who was gonna get to crawl up in the ceiling.
Yeah, and Brian won. So, Jenny, Pam, Tabitha, and myself, the 3 prior to me stating, we all did audit training. Ann came here from Brown Edwards, and it's just continued to, talk about the changes between Gatsby and Cardinal Report and things of that nature. So we all got a little bit, I got it, all of it, so that's good. Already started, completed all the VRS for fiscal year 26 audit work. So Sherlink Ahoy again, we just continued on, so we have some corrections to make, which I'm working on, Pam's working on, Jenny's looking at, so we're excited about that. Danny, if you could put up the library.
Yeah, I went by
Library
there
parking
yesterday.
lot update,
Yeah.
it's coming along. We did a really great job, went over there, and it's still respectably neat, with regards to access and no access, so we're excited. Should be,
Don't you finish?
no, good,
I just have one question. Have we closed the gazebo during this construction? Okay.
yes, sir.
How high did they raise it? Looks like they raised it quite a bit.
It's humped in the middle now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I would be remiss if I were to
That should
answer
take
that.
care of it, to where the gate raised.
I'm
In
hoping,
the back.
to give you an exact inch, I'd be
And who's doing the work again?
short,
Shortest, yeah.
yes, if you wanted
Then
to
the
bid.
library had a video
Yeah.
on social media of them taking out the back parking lot. That was neat to watch too.
So he's doing a great job.
That should have been done years ago. We couldn't afford it then.
So we're getting it done. We got a lot of projects in the hopper.
Yeah, we are moving the county forward.
And they shouldn't have to do it at least for another 20 years.
Yeah.
And that'd be the last thing Kim does before she
Yeah.
leaves.
See, I'll
I
be
don't know why you're laughing.
97, I'll come back voting again.
Lastly, we had a Procom, tower, quote unquote tower meeting, Dustin, Danny, Joe and Jim from Procom, Michael Clemens, Brian and Lucas, came and we all discussed and confirmed channels, the need, what to call them, the towers, all the towers have been ordered. So we're just waiting on that for them to get started. In the meantime, they were up at Slate-Mont. They drilled 14 feet solid rock.
It ain't going nowhere.
That's right, that's right. I'll make some suggestions that, you know, with Mr. Booth, just chatting about construction. But we're right there, so kind of feast, you know, or famine to feast, so
If it
we're
blows it off that mountain, we ain't gonna know nothing about it.
That's for sure.
Well, I suggested if we're doing a monolithic type slab, put a layer of sand
But-
over that rock. That way, if we have earthquake or whatever, that sand would.
Smooth it down a little bit.
Well, it absorbs it,
Yeah.
that's what's in my house.
So,
I'm done. That's it.
not really.
What do you mean?
Hey.
He's got one more thing.
There's always so much on social media.
Mhm.
You know, get tagged on about us not having an audit. Would you explain to them that, yes, we have had an audit?
We've had an audit every single year.
Yeah.
I've in this forum, as well as emails to certain departments.
Right.
They're welcome to make an appointment with me. I can show them all the audits that I have in my office
Right.
that are happen annually. Yes, this one was a little delayed again, due to the transferring and of new software, but we're already on
And
pace
other factors.
and a lot of other factors, but I'm just,
And there's a lady stood right there at that podium last meeting and went over our audits.
yes, so,
Yeah.
and you can go back around the same time last year, and it was actually, what's his name, John, he was here, so, who's part owner of the Brown and Edwards, he was here with the same person, Ann, who is a senior CPA member.
Cause that was another comment that was thrown out. We need an audit because people needs to know how their money's being spent. Well, pay attention to our meetings, you know.
We get an audit every year and have, as far as I know, going way back before
That's
I
what I said, I have them
started.
all, I was, I was able to acquire those when the handoff for the position, and I've kept it honest all the way through. So meaning continued to, have those available if they wanted to review it.
There, for a while, every time I called down here with a question, they'd say, they had an audit meeting, we're on the audit. So, yeah.
So,
We
yes.
do our due diligence if they would just pay attention.
They can also go on APA, which is the, Association of Public Accounting,
Right.
and you can find our audits there. You can find any county's audits there, so that we have to, and or the auditors have to upload it by code.
But anyway,
And on top of that, we're required to
That's
every
correct.
year.
Yep.
It's not an option.
Right.
And whoever's sitting in these seats doesn't have an option of not doing an audit,
Correct.
you know?
no, they'd eat us up if they didn't, so, but I guess nobody get mad if I take a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second,
All right, on the motion to adjourn the meeting, Mr. Booth,
Yes.
Ms. Cook and Book,
yes.
Mr. Cox,
Yes.
Mr. Phillips,
Yes.
Mr. Terman.
Yes.
Oh,